Hello everyone, I know you watched this video to accompany you to sleep. So if you like this video, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Also, don't forget to tell me where you are from and what time you watched this video. Let's jump straight into the story. Story 1. In 2016, one of the most notorious criminal cases in Mexico involved the disappearance of a group of students from Ayotzinapa, Guerrero, a small rural town in southern Mexico. This case became a symbol of the deep-rooted issues of violence, corruption, and impunity in the country. The incident is known as the Ayotzinapa disappearance, and it has since sparked national and international outrage. The case began on the night of September 26, 2014, when 43 students from the Ayotzinapa Rural Teachers College were forcibly abducted while traveling on buses to attend a protest in the nearby city of Iguala. The students were part of a group that had planned to take buses without authorization for a political demonstration. They were intercepted by the police of Iguala, led by local authorities with connections to organized crime. What followed was a violent series of events that left the students missing and the public demanding answers. According to survivors who managed to escape, the students were detained by the police, beaten, and handed over to members of a local drug cartel, Guerreros Unidos. The cartel allegedly mistook the students for members of a rival gang, and in a brutal act of violence, they decided to kill them. The details surrounding the exact fate of the students remain unclear, but a series of investigations pointed to the involvement of both local police officers and the cartel in the abduction. In the immediate aftermath, the Mexican government launched an investigation to find the students and bring those responsible to justice. However, the case was plagued by inconsistent evidence, a lack of transparency, and what many believed to be a deliberate attempt to cover up the true events. The investigation pointed to a theory that the students had been killed and their bodies incinerated at a garbage dump in the nearby town of Cocula, but this theory was met with skepticism by independent experts and human rights organizations. The burned remains found at the dump did not conclusively match the missing students' DNA. Over the course of the investigation, it was revealed that not only did the local police and drug cartel play a significant role, but high-ranking officials in Mexico's federal government were also implicated in the cover-up. It became clear that the disappearance of the 43 students was not just an isolated incident, but part of a larger pattern of corruption and abuse of power that had plagued the country for years. The Mexican authorities were accused of failing to protect the students and of systematically obstructing efforts to uncover the truth. The Ayotzinapa case caught the attention of international organizations, including the United Nations and Human Rights Watch, which condemned the Mexican government's handling of the investigation. There were calls for greater accountability and for the Mexican authorities to take meaningful steps to end the culture of impunity that allowed such crimes to occur. The case was not just about the disappearance of the students. It became a symbol of the struggles many families across Mexico face when seeking justice in a system often influenced by corruption, organized crime, and political power. In the following years, protests erupted across Mexico as citizens demanded justice for the 43 missing students. Their families, supported by civil society groups, held regular demonstrations and refused to give up on the search for their loved ones. The disappearance of the Ayotzinapa students became a rallying cry for those advocating for human rights, social justice, and an end to impunity in Mexico. The disappearance of the 43 Ayotzinapa students in 2014 continued to haunt the people of Mexico throughout 2016, as the case became a focal point for protests and growing demands for justice. The government's efforts to investigate the incident, however, were widely criticized for being slow, ineffective, and marked by signs of obstruction. As the investigation dragged on, both the families of the missing students and human rights organizations began to notice troubling signs. The Mexican government's initial narrative suggested that the students had been killed by members of the Guerreros Unidos cartel after being handed over by corrupt local police officers. This version of events was accepted by many initially, but independent investigations and reports by international experts raised doubts about the accuracy of the government's explanation. The most significant blow to the official story came from the Argentine Forensic Anthropology Team, EAAF, a group of independent experts who had been called in to assist in the investigation. In early 2016, the EAAF, after reviewing the evidence, concluded that the initial theory proposed by the Mexican authorities was highly unlikely. The theory claimed that the students' bodies had been burned at the Cocula dump, but the independent experts found no evidence to support this. They pointed out that the conditions of the fire at the dump would have made it nearly impossible to reduce the bodies to ashes as suggested by the government's narrative. This revelation raised serious questions about the validity of the government's investigation and fueled widespread suspicions that key information was being withheld from the public. The families of the missing students were particularly vocal in their rejection of the official account. They refused to accept the idea that their children were dead without evidence, especially given the lack of physical remains that could be conclusively identified as belonging to the 43 students. The grieving families, along with their supporters, demanded transparency and accountability from both local and federal authorities. They organized marches and protests, calling for a full investigation into the disappearance, the release of all evidence related to the case, and the identification of those responsible for both the abduction and the subsequent cover-up. The protests that erupted across the country in 2016 highlighted the deep-rooted frustrations among Mexicans who felt that their government had failed to protect its citizens. The case of Ayotzinapa was not just about the missing students. It represented a broader sense of impunity and corruption within Mexico's law enforcement and political institutions. Many saw it as part of a long-standing problem of human rights abuses, drug-related violence, and police brutality that had been allowed to continue unchecked for years. As protests spread, several prominent figures within the Mexican government, including former officials, were implicated in the case. The role of the military and federal police in the events leading to the disappearance of the students was also scrutinized. Investigative journalists and human rights advocates began to uncover evidence suggesting that elements of the Mexican military and federal law enforcement had been involved in obstructing the investigation or had even actively participated in the abductions. This prompted further calls for the resignation of officials accused of complicity or neglect in the case. In 2016, Mexico's president, Enrique Peña Nieto, was under immense pressure to take action and ensure that justice was served. However, his government continued to defend the original investigation and maintain that the case had been fully addressed. This stance was met with fierce opposition from the families of the missing students, as well as from various international human rights organizations, who continued to call for an independent, impartial investigation. Despite growing calls for justice, the Mexican government's lack of progress on the case, combined with ongoing reports of government corruption and systemic violence, led to a further deterioration of public trust in the country's institutions. In the midst of this, some progress was made in the form of new investigations. In 2016, Mexican authorities reopened the case and promised to search for new evidence. However, many critics viewed these efforts as insufficient, arguing that they were only made to appease the public and international bodies rather than reflect genuine efforts to uncover the truth. For many Mexicans, the slow pace of progress only deepened their disillusionment with the legal system and its ability to provide justice in cases involving powerful criminal organizations and corrupt public officials. The Ayotzinapa case also drew significant attention from the international community, including from organizations such as Amnesty International and the United Nations. These groups issued reports and statements condemning Mexico's handling of the investigation, stressing the need for a more transparent and independent process. The Ayotzinapa case not only symbolized the growing problem of corruption and violence in Mexico, but it also highlighted the challenges faced by those fighting for human rights in a country where the rule of law often seemed to be undermined by powerful criminal groups and state institutions. The disappearances of the 43 students became an emblematic case of the Mexican state's failure to protect its citizens and provide justice. While the case remained unsolved by 2016, the resolve of the victims' families and the support from civil society played a crucial role in keeping the story alive. The demand for justice was relentless, and as long as the truth remained hidden, the case continued to fuel a wider movement for justice and human rights in Mexico. As 2016 progressed, the Ayotzinapa case continued to dominate public discourse in Mexico, with both national and international communities rallying behind the victims' families. The events surrounding the disappearance of the 43 students not only raised profound questions about corruption within Mexico's political and law enforcement systems, but also highlighted the dangerous intersection between organized crime, politics, and state institutions. The relentless protests throughout the country reflected the growing frustration with the Mexican government's lack of transparency and accountability. The families of the missing students, who had already endured an unimaginable amount of suffering, remained unwavering in their demand for justice. They were joined by numerous human rights organizations, student groups, and activists who believed that the case was not an isolated tragedy but part of a broader, more systemic issue that plagued Mexico. The Ayotzinapa tragedy became a symbol for those who were fed up with the rampant violence and impunity in the country. In the face of mounting pressure, some progress appeared to be made. In late 2016, the Mexican government took a step toward addressing the case by initiating new investigations and promising to look into the case with more transparency. The new investigations included bringing in additional international experts, such as forensic teams, to assist in the search for answers. However, the promises made by the government were met with skepticism by many, particularly the families of the victims and the public, who had grown disillusioned with official assurances and reports that had proven to be incomplete or misleading in the past. The case had also put significant pressure on the administration of President Enrique Peña Nieto, whose government faced growing calls for accountability over its handling of the investigation. At the time, the president was already under fire for other issues, including the country's ongoing battle with corruption and the drug war. The Ayotzinapa case became a focal point for those questioning his leadership and the effectiveness of his government in dealing with the country's most pressing problems. Despite the government's attempts to move forward with the investigation, a great deal of skepticism remained. Many believed that the federal authorities were trying to downplay the extent of the corruption and collusion between law enforcement and criminal organizations. Numerous reports emerged throughout 2016 pointing to the involvement of higher-ranking officials in the disappearance of the students. Some sources suggested that the case was an attempt to eliminate a perceived threat to political power, as the Ayotzinapa students were known for their activism and political ideals. The suspicion that the case was politically motivated only deepened the mistrust between the Mexican public and its government. By the end of 2016, the families of the missing students, who had been at the forefront of the fight for justice, were still no closer to finding out the truth. Their resolve, however, remained unwavering. Many of them continued to call for international intervention to ensure that the investigation was conducted impartially and transparently. These families became the face of a broader movement against human rights abuses in Mexico, drawing attention to the widespread disappearances and killings that had plagued the country for years. In the wake of the Ayotzinapa tragedy, the voices of the victims' families and their supporters gave rise to a new wave of activism aimed at ending the culture of impunity and violence in Mexico. At the international level, the case continued to generate widespread concern and condemnation. Governments, organizations, and human rights advocates from around the world expressed solidarity with the victims and their families. The United Nations Human Rights Council called for a thorough investigation and a full accounting of what had happened to the students. The international community also pressured the Mexican government to hold those responsible, not only at the local level, but also within the highest echelons of power, accountable for the atrocities committed. As 2016 came to a close, the disappearance of the Ayotzinapa students remained one of the most significant human rights cases in Mexico's history. It exposed the deep fissures within the country's political system and law enforcement agencies, shining a light on the inability or unwillingness of the state to protect its citizens, particularly those from marginalized communities. The case became a flashpoint for a broader national and international reckoning with Mexico's pervasive culture of violence and impunity. The fight for justice in the Ayotzinapa case did not end in 2016. Instead, it became part of an ongoing struggle for the truth and for accountability in a country where violence and human rights abuses had become disturbingly common. The case would continue to serve as a rallying cry for activists and ordinary citizens alike, who demanded that the Mexican government confront the systemic corruption that allowed such crimes to happen and protect the most vulnerable harm. The legacy of the Ayotzinapa tragedy serves as a stark reminder of the cost of impunity. As the families of the 43 students continued their search for answers, they were not just fighting for the return of their loved ones. They were fighting for a future where such a tragedy could never happen again. Their voices echoed throughout the country, giving rise to a new generation of activists committed to bringing justice to those whose stories had been silenced by corruption and violence. Though the case remains unresolved, the determination of the families of the Ayotzinapa students and the outpouring of support from across Mexico and the world ensured that their voices would not be forgotten. The search for justice, even if it takes years, symbolizes the enduring hope for truth, accountability, and change in a country where such values have often been in short supply. Let's jump to next story. Story 2. In 2016, Mexico was still grappling with widespread violence and the influence of organized crime that had plagued the country for many years. One of the most notorious and highly publicized criminal cases of that year was the murder of Javier Valdez Cardenas, a prominent journalist and one of the most vocal critics of Mexico's powerful drug cartels. His death sent shockwaves through the country and highlighted the dangers faced by journalists who dare to expose the truth about the violent and corrupt world of drug trafficking in Mexico. Javier Valdez Cardenas was a well-known journalist, author, and reporter who specialized in covering organized crime, drug trafficking, and the drug cartels that were wreaking havoc on Mexico's northern border and beyond. He worked for several major newspapers, including La Jornada, and also founded the news agency Rio Doce, which was based in Culiacan, the capital of the Sinaloa state, the heart of the Sinaloa cartel's operations. Valdez had built a reputation as one of the few journalists willing to expose the inner workings of Mexico's drug cartels, often putting his own safety at risk to investigate and report on the brutal violence, corruption, and impunity that existed within the country. On the afternoon of May 15, 2017, Valdez was gunned down in broad daylight in the city of Culiacan. As he was leaving the offices of Rio Doce, two men on a motorcycle approached him. Without warning, one of the men pulled out a weapon and shot Valdez multiple times. Valdez, who had spent years covering drug violence and the Sinaloa cartel's activities, was shot dead in front of the office building while people watched in horror. He was just 50 years old. His murder was a stark reminder of the growing dangers that journalists faced in Mexico, particularly those covering the drug cartels and organized crime. His killing also raised alarms about the state of press freedom in the country and the protection of journalists working in an increasingly dangerous environment. Valdez was one of several journalists who had been killed in Mexico over the years, but his case stood out because of the high-profile nature of his work. He had been a target of threats in the past, and his reporting had exposed the deep connections between politics, the media, and criminal organizations. Valdez's work was widely respected both within Mexico and internationally, as he provided a rare glimpse into the violence that controlled large portions of Mexico's territory. His reporting often focused on the impact of drug cartels on local communities, the rise of powerful crime families, and the failure of the Mexican government to confront organized crime head-on. The murder of Javier Valdez prompted an outpouring of grief and anger from the journalistic community in Mexico and around the world. Reporters and activists held protests, demanding justice for Valdez and other journalists who had been killed in similar circumstances. In the wake of Valdez's murder, many journalists spoke out about the risks they faced daily and how the government had failed to protect them. They called attention to the widespread impunity that often allowed those responsible for these killings to escape justice. In Mexico, where drug cartels exert a tremendous amount of power, the murder of a journalist was often seen as just another tragic example of how the government's inability to tackle organized crime led to the silencing of voices that sought to expose the truth. Despite the widespread outrage following Valdez's murder, the investigation into his death was slow and marked by complications. Many experts and human rights groups feared that the authorities would fail to bring the perpetrators to justice, as had often been the case in other similar killings. The Mexican government, already facing criticism for its handling of violence and corruption, promised to investigate Valdez's murder thoroughly. However, many journalists and advocates for press freedom were skeptical that meaningful progress would be made. The killing of Javier Valdez was not an isolated event. Mexico has long been considered one of the most dangerous countries for journalists, with dozens of reporters and media workers killed each year. In many cases, the murders are carried out by organized crime groups with ties to drug cartels, and the perpetrators are rarely brought to justice. The fear of reprisal, combined with the lack of protection for journalists, has led to self-censorship and a chilling effect on the media. Many reporters, especially those covering crime and corruption, are forced to alter their work to avoid becoming targets themselves. Valdez, however, had never backed down, continuing his work despite the constant threats to his life. The dangers faced by journalists in Mexico are a direct result of the deep entanglement between organized crime and the political system. The power of drug cartels, who control large swaths of territory and influence the local and national government, creates an environment in which criminal acts often go unpunished. The relationship between corrupt officials and criminal organizations ensures that the rule of law is often ignored, and those who attempt to challenge the status quo are silenced through intimidation, violence, and even murder. Valdez's death highlighted the dangerous reality for journalists in Mexico. He was just one of many reporters who had paid the ultimate price for their commitment to the truth. His murder also underscored the broader issue of impunity in Mexico, where the justice system has often failed to hold criminals accountable for their actions, especially when those crimes involve powerful drug cartels or corrupt politicians. His killing left many wondering how long this pattern of violence and lawlessness could continue without meaningful change. The murder of Javier Valdez Cardenas, while deeply tragic, drew attention to the widespread culture of impunity and violence that journalists and activists in Mexico face daily. The country's media landscape has long been shaped by the presence of organized crime, which has infiltrated every level of society. As a result, journalists who cover the drug trade and political corruption have become primary targets for violent retribution. Valdez's death was a particularly stark reminder of this perilous reality, as he was not only a journalist but also an outspoken critic of the cartels and the government's inability or unwillingness to confront them. Valdez's work was particularly influential because it provided a rare, in-depth look into the inner workings of Mexico's criminal cartels. His book Narcoperiodismo, Narcoculture Journalism, was a powerful critique of the relationship between the media and drug cartels, detailing how reporters could be manipulated or even threatened by criminal groups. In his career, Valdez had reported on a wide range of topics related to drug trafficking, including the rise of the Sinaloa cartel, the power struggles between cartel factions, and the devastating effects of violence on ordinary Mexicans. His fearless reporting earned him both respect and animosity from various sectors, particularly those involved in or profiting from illegal activities. After his death, many of Valdez's colleagues and fellow journalists publicly stated that the silence surrounding his murder was another example of the larger problem of corruption and complicity within Mexico's justice system. They feared that his death, like the deaths of many others, would go unpunished, further entrenching the sense of hopelessness and impunity that plagued the country. The Mexican government had long been accused of failing to protect its journalists, and the absence of real investigations into the murders of reporters gave criminals the green light to continue their violent actions without fear of reprisal. In response to the increasing dangers facing journalists in Mexico, press freedom organizations such as Reporters Without Borders and the Committee to Protect Journalists, CPJ, ramped up their efforts to raise awareness about the dangers faced by reporters in the country. These organizations reported that Mexico was one of the deadliest countries for journalists in the world, alongside countries like Syria and Afghanistan, where the media was under direct attack. The murder of Valdez, in particular, sparked global condemnation, with human rights groups calling on the Mexican government to do more to protect its journalists and ensure that those responsible for the killings were brought to justice. The murder of Javier Valdez had far-reaching consequences. It not only deepened the sense of fear among journalists, but also created an atmosphere where self-censorship flourished. Many reporters who worked on stories about drug cartels, corruption, and human rights abuses in Mexico began to worry for their own safety. This fear often led to the silencing of important stories, as media outlets and journalists began to alter their work or avoid covering certain topics altogether. The chilling effect of Valdez's death contributed to the broader erosion of press freedom in the country, where journalists were forced to navigate a complex and dangerous environment in which the threat of violence could strike at any moment. Valdez's colleagues at Rio Doce continued his work after his death, though they did so with great caution. The loss of their editor and leader was a significant blow to the newsroom, and many feared for their own lives. Yet, his death also galvanized them to continue the work he had started. They carried on reporting on the drug trade and the cartels, determined to keep his legacy alive despite the constant danger. The bravery of these journalists underscored the importance of their work, not just for the people of Mexico, but for the world, as the stories they told were among the few that provided a truthful account of what was happening in the country. Valdez's murder also forced a re-examination of Mexico's relationship with organized crime. The country's ongoing battle with drug cartels had been raging for decades, with thousands of lives lost to the violence and instability they caused. In the years leading up to Valdez's death, drug cartels had grown increasingly powerful, controlling entire regions of the country and frequently clashing with law enforcement. The government's so-called war on drugs, initiated by former President Felipe Calderon in 2006, had only made matters worse, leading to an escalation in violence and leaving entire communities at the mercy of criminal organizations. The cartels were not only involved in drug trafficking, but also in a wide range of illegal activities, including extortion, kidnapping, human trafficking, and arms smuggling. They often exerted control over the media, either through bribery, intimidation, or outright violence. The media had long been a tool for the cartels to spread their messages, intimidate rivals, and further their agendas. Journalists who investigated or exposed the cartel's activities often faced threats, and in some cases, paid the ultimate price for their reporting. In this environment, reporters like Valdez, who dared to take on the cartels, were seen as enemies to be eliminated. The broader implications of Valdez's murder were felt across Mexico and beyond. It highlighted the need for stronger protections for journalists and greater accountability within the government and law enforcement. It also shed light on the deep corruption within the political system, where officials at all levels had long been accused of working with or turning a blind eye to criminal organizations. Valdez's killing was part of a larger pattern of violence, not just against journalists, but against ordinary citizens who found themselves trapped in the crossfire of a battle between the state and powerful drug cartels. In the months following his death, public outrage continued to grow. Journalists, activists, and citizens took to the streets, demanding justice for Valdez and all those who had been silenced by violence. Though his death was a devastating loss, it ignited a renewed determination to fight for press freedom, justice, and an end to the impunity that allowed violence to flourish. Valdez's legacy as a journalist who refused to back down, despite the tremendous risks he faced, inspired countless others to carry on his work in the pursuit of truth and justice. The case of Javier Valdez Cardenas serves as a powerful reminder of the perils faced by journalists in countries where corruption and organized crime are entrenched in society. It is also a sobering testament to the importance of free press in holding power accountable, and the urgent need to protect those who seek to expose the truth, no matter the cost. As 2016 drew to a close, the murder of Javier Valdez Cardenas continued to reverberate across Mexico and the world, raising profound questions about the state of press freedom and the rule of law in the country. Valdez's death was emblematic of the violent and dangerous environment that journalists in Mexico faced. His case also underscored the larger issue of impunity that permeated the Mexican justice system, where the perpetrators of violent crimes often went unpunished. The outcry following Valdez's death was not only about the loss of a courageous journalist, but also about the failure of the state to protect its citizens, particularly those who stood up to powerful criminal forces. Journalists, human rights defenders, and activists had long called for stronger protections for media workers, but Valdez's death showed how little had been done to secure their safety. Despite the growing threats, reporters and media outlets continued to cover dangerous topics, particularly issues related to the drug trade and organized crime. Valdez's colleagues at Rio Doce were determined to keep his work alive, even if it meant putting their own lives at risk. In the aftermath of Valdez's murder, the Mexican government faced intense international pressure to take action. Human rights organizations, foreign governments, and press freedom groups all condemned the killing and called for a thorough and transparent investigation. The United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization, UNESCO, was particularly vocal, urging the Mexican government to prioritize the safety of journalists and to ensure that those responsible for Valdez's death were held accountable. Unfortunately, the skepticism surrounding Mexico's ability to deliver justice for journalists persisted, as the country had a long track record of failed investigations and lack of convictions in cases involving violence against the press. In many ways, Valdez's murder was a turning point for Mexico's media landscape. While the country had been home to a significant number of brave journalists who were dedicated to exposing the truth, Valdez's assassination catalyzed a broader movement. Press freedom organizations intensified their calls for reform, pushing the Mexican government to enact stronger laws and policies that would protect journalists and punish those who targeted them. However, the reality remained bleak. Reporters continued to face threats from organized crime, corrupt officials, and even local police. As long as the state's response to the violence remained weak, many feared that the cycle of impunity would continue. Despite the uncertainty surrounding the investigation into Valdez's murder, some positive steps were taken in the wake of his death. In 2017, Mexico's press had a moment of unity, as journalists from across the country rallied together to demand greater protection and accountability. They organized protests, marches, and petitions, making it clear that the Mexican media would not be intimidated into silence. The hashtag #NayaNomas, Not One More movement, a rallying cry against the violence and killings of journalists, gained significant momentum. It sought to raise awareness of the dangers that reporters face daily, pushing for stronger protections and legal reforms to ensure that journalists could work without fear of violence or censorship. Despite the growing pressure, the Mexican government's efforts to address the root causes of violence against journalists and tackle impunity remained insufficient. In 2017, it was revealed that there had been a surge in the number of murders of journalists since Valdez's death. In fact, Mexico was one of the deadliest countries for journalists in the world, with dozens of reporters killed each year, many of them in relation to their work on organized crime or corruption. The overwhelming feeling within the press was that the Mexican government, under President Enrique Peña Nieto, had failed to create an environment where journalists could safely report the news without fearing for their lives. Javier Valdez's murder also highlighted the need for international cooperation in the fight for press freedom and the protection of journalists. Many global organizations, including the Committee to Protect Journalists, CPJ, and Amnesty International, called for greater international involvement to hold Mexican authorities accountable for the murders of journalists. They emphasized the need for foreign governments, such as the United States, to apply pressure on Mexico to implement effective reforms and bring justice to those affected by violence against the press. Additionally, many international institutions advocated for the establishment of independent commissions to investigate and address crimes against journalists in Mexico. Valdez's murder was a reminder that the violence perpetrated by Mexico's powerful drug cartels went far beyond the borders of the country and had global implications. Mexico's drug trafficking organizations are responsible for a significant portion of the drug trade that affects countries around the world, particularly the United States. As such, the country's failure to tackle organized crime and protect its citizens, including journalists, had repercussions far beyond its own borders. In 2017, 1 year after Valdez's death, his colleagues at Rio Doce published a special edition in his honor. The issue was filled with reflections, stories, and tributes to Valdez's legacy, celebrating his unwavering commitment to truth-telling, even in the face of death. The special edition also served as a reminder that, while Valdez was gone, the fight for justice and freedom of expression would continue. It was an act of defiance against those who sought to silence him and other journalists who dared to cover the country's most dangerous and violent topics. The case of Javier Valdez Cardenas is a stark reminder of the high cost of speaking truth to power in Mexico and the dangers that journalists continue to face in their pursuit of exposing corruption, violence, and injustice. While Valdez's murder was an individual tragedy, it was also a reflection of a broader, systemic issue that has plagued Mexico for decades. The death of Valdez, like so many others before and after him, remains unresolved to this day. His legacy, however, lives on, not just through his colleagues who continue to report on the country's most dangerous topics, but also through the growing movement for justice and press freedom in Mexico. Though his death did not end the violence against journalists, it brought attention to the serious threats faced by those who sought to expose the truth about organized crime and corruption. Javier Valdez's legacy continues to inspire future generations of reporters who, like him, refuse to be silenced by fear or violence. His life and work serve as a testament to the importance of journalism as a force for accountability and change in a world that often seeks to bury uncomfortable truths. Let's jump to next story. Story 3. In 2016, Mexico was grappling with a persistent crisis of violence and lawlessness, deeply influenced by the country's drug cartels. These criminal organizations, which had long operated with near impunity, controlled significant portions of the country's territory and were responsible for a vast number of deaths, disappearances, and acts of terror. One of the most disturbing and high-profile criminal cases that year was the massacre in the town of La Pintada, located in the state of Guerrero. This massacre, which took place on May 14, 2016, marked a tragic event in Mexico's ongoing battle with organized crime and the deadly consequences of the country's drug war. La Pintada, a small, remote town nestled in the mountains of Guerrero, had long been affected by the violence and corruption that plagued the region. Guerrero was notorious for its role in the drug trade, and criminal organizations, including cartels such as the Guerreros Unidos, had deep ties to local authorities. The residents of La Pintada, a largely rural and impoverished community, had grown accustomed to the presence of these cartels in their lives. However, they were not prepared for the brutal attack that would occur in May 2016. On that day, a group of armed men descended upon the town. The assailants, members of the Guerreros Unidos cartel, were targeting a rival group involved in drug trafficking. The violence was swift and horrifying. The gunmen stormed the village, killing at least 20 people and injuring many others. The victims were mostly civilians, including women and children, with no apparent connection to the criminal activities that had sparked the attack. The massacre was yet another example of how the drug war's collateral damage had begun to affect innocent lives. Witnesses later reported that the gunmen moved through the village without hesitation, shooting anyone in their path. The attackers showed no mercy, executing people in broad daylight. Many of the victims were caught off guard and had no opportunity to escape. The attackers were ruthless in their violence, and after the killings, they reportedly set fire to several homes in the area. It was clear that the assault was meant to send a message. The cartels were in control, and anyone who crossed them would pay a heavy price. The town of La Pintada had been the site of numerous violent incidents in the past, but this massacre was by far the deadliest and most shocking. The residents, who had long lived under the thumb of drug cartels and corrupt officials, found themselves once again caught in the crossfire of a conflict that they had no part in. While the attackers had been targeting a rival group, the town's inhabitants paid the ultimate price for the war between Mexico's cartels. The massacre in La Pintada drew immediate attention from both national and international media. The violence in Guerrero, already known for its widespread corruption and lawlessness, had reached a new level of brutality. The massacre was yet another example of the devastating consequences of Mexico's ongoing drug war. For many, it symbolized the growing power of cartels and the failure of the Mexican government to protect its citizens from the violence that had taken root in the country. Despite efforts to crack down on the cartels, the Mexican government's attempts to restore order and safety to the region seemed futile. The people of La Pintada, like so many others across the country, were left to deal with the aftermath of a government unable to control the criminal organizations that ruled the land. In the wake of the massacre, the government of Mexico pledged to investigate the killings and bring those responsible to justice. However, there was little faith among the people of La Pintada that any meaningful action would be taken. The deep-rooted corruption in Guerrero and the country's justice system meant that the likelihood of the perpetrators being brought to justice was slim. Law enforcement and government officials, many of whom had close ties to the cartels, were often unwilling to pursue these cases with the seriousness they required. Furthermore, the people of La Pintada had long since lost trust in the authorities. They knew all too well how the cartels had corrupted the political and legal systems, and they had seen firsthand how justice was often denied to the victims of cartel violence. Many residents of the town, even in the face of such horrors, were reluctant to speak out, fearing retaliation from the cartels or the corrupt officials who worked alongside them. For those who survived the massacre, the trauma was only compounded by the constant threat of more violence. In the months following the massacre, the Mexican government did make some efforts to investigate the attack. Some arrests were made, but progress was slow, and the community continued to feel vulnerable. The Guerreros Unidos cartel, responsible for the massacre, was deeply entrenched in the region, and the state's ability to root them out remained in question. The town of La Pintada, like many others in Mexico, continued to face the harsh reality of living in a state where criminal organizations wielded more power than the government itself. Despite the outcry and the promises from authorities to bring justice, many people in Guerrero knew that the massacre would likely remain another unsolved crime in a country rife with violence and corruption. The massacre in La Pintada was a tragic reminder of the ongoing crisis in Mexico, where innocent civilians continue to bear the brunt of the war between drug cartels and a government that is often unable to protect them. It highlighted the extreme violence that had become commonplace in parts of the country, as well as the helplessness felt by communities caught between powerful criminal groups and a corrupt government. For the people of La Pintada, 2016 marked yet another year of suffering and loss in a country where violence had become a permanent fixture of daily life. In the years that followed, the massacre of La Pintada would remain a symbol of the growing power of Mexico's cartels and the failure of the state to provide safety and justice to its people. The attack was part of a larger, ongoing tragedy that had been unfolding in Mexico for years, a tragedy that showed no sign of abating and would continue to claim the lives of innocent civilians for years to come. The massacre in La Pintada was not just a single event, but a stark reminder of the deep-rooted problems that Mexico continues to face in its battle against organized crime and corruption. The massacre in La Pintada, Guerrero, in 2016, was part of a broader wave of violence that had swept through many regions of Mexico, with organized crime playing a central role in fueling this destruction. The drug cartels, with their vast networks of operations and ruthless tactics, controlled significant areas of the country, and towns like La Pintada found themselves caught in the crossfire of these criminal organizations' battles for power and dominance. Guerrero, the state where La Pintada was located, had long been a hot spot for cartel activity. It was the home of the Guerreros Unidos, one of Mexico's most notorious criminal groups. This cartel was involved in a range of illicit activities, including drug trafficking, human trafficking, extortion, and kidnapping. Guerrero also became infamous for its violent confrontations between rival cartels, and the state's police force and local officials were often complicit in these illegal activities. Cartels like Guerreros Unidos had deep ties to government officials at the local, state, and federal levels, and this corruption allowed the cartels to operate with near impunity. The residents of La Pintada were no strangers to the violence that came with this criminal empire. However, the massacre that occurred in May 2016 left the town in shock and despair, as it escalated to a level never before seen in the region. As the gunmen arrived in La Pintada, it became clear that the violence was not a random act, but rather a targeted assault. The cartel members were searching for rival members of the criminal organization, but the indiscriminate nature of the attack meant that many innocent civilians, including children and elderly people, were caught in the crossfire. Several of the victims had been out in their fields, working to support their families when the gunmen struck. The killings, brutal and calculated, were a chilling reminder of the cartel's unchecked power. The cartel's operation in La Pintada had a particular significance in the broader context of the Mexican drug trade. Guerrero was a major producer of opium poppies, a key ingredient in heroin production. This made the region an essential point for drug trafficking organizations. The cartels often fought over control of the land and the production of drugs, using violence as a primary means of enforcing their will. However, the violence affected more than just the drug dealers. The entire population became victimized by this ongoing war between criminal organizations. Farmers, shop owners, and even school children found themselves constantly living in fear. The massacre was also a clear sign that the Mexican government's so-called war on drugs, initiated in 2006, had largely failed to stem the tide of violence. Despite years of military and police interventions, the cartels were more entrenched than ever, and Mexico's rural regions, including Guerrero, were increasingly becoming lawless zones where the drug cartels operated with minimal resistance from the state. The state's failure to effectively address the corruption within its police forces and local governments meant that cartels were able to thrive and continue their violent campaigns. Many residents of La Pintada felt abandoned by the government and left at the mercy of the cartels. One of the most disturbing aspects of the La Pintada massacre was the continued impunity that followed the killings. The Mexican justice system was already burdened with inefficiency, and the corruption at multiple levels of government made the investigation into the massacre even more complicated. Law enforcement in Guerrero, and in many other parts of the country, had deep ties to the cartels. Local police officers were often paid off or threatened by criminal groups, making it difficult for authorities to investigate crimes, let alone bring the perpetrators to justice. Even when arrests were made, many felt the legal process was slow and ineffective, and the likelihood of the culprits facing serious consequences was slim. While the massacre garnered national and international attention, the impact on the residents of La Pintada was far more personal and devastating. For the survivors, the loss of loved ones and the destruction of their homes was only the beginning of their suffering. Many families were left without breadwinners, and the trauma of losing family members to such a violent act lingered long after the attack. The emotional and psychological scars ran deep, and many people in La Pintada were too afraid to speak out or even to cooperate with investigators. Fear of further retaliation from the cartels kept many silent. The Mexican government did make efforts to investigate the massacre, but many of the residents, who had been so profoundly affected by the violence, felt that these efforts were more about appeasing the public than about achieving real justice. The police were reluctant to pursue the investigation, and some families were too afraid to give testimonies for fear of being targeted by the cartels. Furthermore, the pervasive corruption in the region made it difficult to trust the authorities. As a result, the residents of La Pintada were left in limbo, with little hope that justice would ever be served for the massacre. The massacre of La Pintada, while heartbreaking, was just one instance of the widespread violence that affected entire communities across Mexico in 2016. It was a symptom of a much larger problem: the ongoing war between cartels that had engulfed the country in bloodshed. The government's inability to effectively combat organized crime, combined with the deep-rooted corruption in law enforcement and local governments, created an environment where these criminal groups continued to reign with impunity. For many people in La Pintada and other communities in Guerrero, the massacre was a wake-up call. It revealed how vulnerable civilians were in a region where criminal organizations operated unchecked. In response to the violence, there was an outpouring of support from human rights organizations, activists, and citizens who demanded justice. However, despite the public outcry, the authorities failed to deliver the level of protection and justice that the people so desperately needed. As the years went on, La Pintada became a symbol of the broader crisis in Mexico. The massacre was a tragic event, but it also highlighted the failure of the Mexican state to protect its people from the violence and lawlessness that had consumed the country. The people of La Pintada were just one example of countless others who had suffered the consequences of a broken justice system and a government unable to curb the growing power of the cartels. In the aftermath of the massacre, it was clear that Mexico's battle against organized crime would continue, but the odds seemed stacked against the citizens. The corrupt ties between criminal organizations and officials, coupled with the staggering violence and impunity, left many Mexicans questioning whether the country could ever recover from this cycle of violence. For the people of La Pintada, and for the countless other communities affected by the drug war, the massacre was just another reminder of the harsh reality that many still faced in their fight for survival in a country where justice often seemed out of reach. As time passed, the massacre in La Pintada continued to serve as a stark reminder of the systemic issues facing Mexico. The tragic event not only highlighted the deadly consequences of the country's drug war, but also underscored the failure of its government to protect its citizens. Despite the widespread media coverage and the outcry from human rights organizations, the situation in La Pintada and similar towns across the country remained dire. The Mexican government, although promising justice, struggled to make any significant progress in holding the perpetrators accountable. The response to the massacre was primarily symbolic. While the government did initiate an investigation, progress was slow, and the chances of bringing the criminals to justice seemed slim. Local authorities, many of whom were believed to have ties to the criminal organizations, had little incentive to pursue a thorough investigation. Even when arrests were made, many in the community and beyond remained skeptical that the full truth would ever be uncovered. The massacre was part of a broader pattern of impunity that had plagued Mexico for years. In cases of cartel-related violence, the chances of perpetrators facing consequences were often slim to none. This impunity was not unique to La Pintada. Across Mexico, thousands of murders linked to organized crime remained unsolved. Cartel members often operated with little fear of law enforcement, knowing that even if they were caught, the justice system was slow and ineffectual. The lack of accountability, combined with the widespread corruption in local and national government, created an environment where the cartels could continue their reign of terror with little resistance. For many, it felt as though the government had abandoned its people, allowing the cartels to hold the country hostage. For the residents of La Pintada, life after the massacre was an ongoing struggle. In addition to coping with the trauma of losing loved ones, they had to contend with the persistent fear of further violence. The town, already impoverished, became even more isolated and vulnerable. The people of La Pintada, like many others in similar regions, had few resources to protect themselves from the drug cartels. With law enforcement largely ineffective, the communities were forced to rely on themselves for safety, but without the necessary support or means to defend themselves, they remained at the mercy of violent criminals. Some residents began to organize in response to the escalating violence. In the wake of the massacre, a few local leaders and community activists started calling for action, not just from the government, but from the people themselves. They advocated for self-defense groups and for greater awareness of the region's problems on a national and international scale. However, such efforts were often met with resistance and fear. Many people, knowing how the cartels had infiltrated nearly every level of society, were reluctant to challenge the status quo. They understood that speaking out could lead to further retaliation, not just from the cartels, but also from corrupt officials who had long been complicit in the violence. Despite the hardships, the massacre in La Pintada did not go unnoticed. The tragedy sparked a renewed focus on Mexico's ongoing struggle with cartel violence and the failure of the justice system. International organizations, including the United Nations and various human rights groups, continued to push for stronger protections for vulnerable communities and better measures to combat corruption within Mexico's legal and political systems. They called on the Mexican government to take a more active role in addressing the root causes of violence and impunity in the country. However, the international community's calls for action were often met with skepticism. Many felt that the Mexican government's commitment to reform was insufficient, and that real change would only come when the country's political and economic systems were overhauled. The violence in Guerrero and other cartel-controlled regions of Mexico was not an isolated problem, but part of a broader pattern of state failure to provide security and justice. The drug cartels, with their immense power and resources, were able to operate with little fear of retribution, and the government's weak response left the population vulnerable. In the years following the massacre, La Pintada's residents continued to grapple with the consequences of living in a region that was governed by fear, corruption, and violence. While some efforts were made to bring attention to the issue, progress remained slow, and the cartel's stranglehold on the region persisted. The government, despite its promises to fight organized crime, often found itself powerless in the face of these criminal groups. The result was a never-ending cycle of violence, impunity, and frustration that seemed to engulf not only La Pintada, but much of Mexico. Despite the ongoing struggles, the massacre in La Pintada, along with other similar tragedies across the country, helped to shine a light on the broader crisis in Mexico. It sparked conversations about the need for deep structural reforms, including stronger accountability for law enforcement, more effective measures to combat corruption, and better protections for civilians living in cartel-controlled areas. While the road to real change seemed long and uncertain, the tragedy in La Pintada contributed to a growing recognition of the need for comprehensive solutions to Mexico's cartel violence and the broader issues of state failure and impunity. The La Pintada massacre serves as a poignant reminder of the devastating effects of organized crime and the failure of the Mexican government to protect its citizens from the violence that has plagued the country for years. The innocent lives lost in this attack, and in similar incidents across Mexico, highlight the ongoing challenges the nation faces in its fight against the cartels. For the people of La Pintada, the memories of the massacre will never fade, and the scars of violence will continue to affect generations to come. Although the government and international organizations have made efforts to address the issue, the struggle to curb cartel violence and achieve justice for victims like those of La Pintada continues. Until real reforms are implemented, the cycle of violence and impunity will likely persist, leaving many Mexicans to face a future fraught with uncertainty and danger. Let's jump to next story. Story 4. In 2016, Mexico was engulfed in violence due to the ongoing war between various drug cartels, with numerous parts of the country experiencing brutality on a scale that shocked both local communities and the international community. The constant fighting among these cartels, the involvement of corrupt local officials, and the inability of the Mexican government to effectively combat organized crime made the situation even more dire. One of the most tragic events that year was the case of the disappearance of the 43 students from Ayotzinapa, Guerrero, a criminal case that involved police, cartel members, and the failure of the justice system. The case began on the night of September 26, 2014, when a group of 43 students from the Ayotzinapa Rural Teachers College, located in the town of Ayotzinapa, Guerrero, were traveling to Iguala, a nearby city, to protest the lack of funding for their school. The students, most of them young men from poor families, were part of a long-standing tradition of activism at their school, which focused on advocating for indigenous rights and supporting marginalized communities. On the night of their trip, the students were stopped by local police officers in Iguala. What followed would become one of the most controversial and haunting cases of enforced disappearances in modern Mexican history. The students were not only stopped by local police, but were reportedly handed over to a drug cartel known as Guerreros Unidos. The police, allegedly in cooperation with the cartel, detained the students, and after being severely beaten, they were taken away in police vehicles. The reason for the students' capture remains unclear, but the assumption is that the students had unknowingly taken a bus that was previously used by the cartel, which led to the violent reaction from the authorities. The situation quickly escalated, and as the students were transferred to the custody of the cartel, their fates were sealed. The authorities initially claimed that the students were killed by members of Guerreros Unidos, and their bodies were burned in a nearby dump in a remote area. However, this narrative was later disputed by human rights organizations, family members of the victims, and independent investigations. A range of inconsistencies and contradictions in the official account led to widespread skepticism about the government's handling of the case. Many suspected that the authorities, including the police and government officials, were trying to cover up the true events of what happened that night. Despite efforts to investigate, the true whereabouts and fate of the students remained a mystery. In the months that followed, an international outcry erupted over the missing students, with protests held across Mexico and the world. The families of the students, along with human rights groups, demanded answers. What became clear was that the case was not just about a group of missing students. It symbolized the deeper issues of corruption, impunity, and the failure of the Mexican state to protect its citizens, especially those from marginalized communities. The involvement of local police, cartel members, and other officials made the case all the more disturbing, suggesting a level of complicity and a culture of corruption that ran deep in the region. As the investigation unfolded, it became apparent that the authorities had mishandled the case from the beginning. The federal government under President Enrique Peña Nieto faced mounting pressure to provide answers, but the handling of the investigation was marred by inconsistencies and a lack of transparency. In 2015, a team of independent experts from the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, IACHR, was called in to examine the case. Their findings were shocking. Official reports claiming the students' deaths were the result of a cartel attack and a subsequent fire were not supported by the available evidence. The team argued that the investigation was full of serious flaws and that the Mexican government's handling of the case could not be trusted. In response to the findings, the Mexican government agreed to open new lines of investigation. However, these new efforts were met with resistance, both from local authorities and from the cartel. The Guerrero region, where Ayotzinapa is located, had long been a battleground for cartels, particularly Guerreros Unidos, which had deep ties to local police and politicians. This made it extremely difficult to conduct a thorough investigation and led to the idea that the case might be intentionally obstructed by powerful figures within the region. Throughout the investigation, the families of the students remained steadfast in their search for the truth. They rejected the official narrative that the students had been killed and burned, demanding a more thorough examination of the evidence. They were supported by international human rights organizations, including Amnesty International, which accused the Mexican government of failing to protect the students and of being complicit in their disappearance. The case became a symbol of the widespread violence and the failure of the justice system in Mexico, highlighting the lack of accountability in dealing with crimes committed by those in power. In 2016, the case continued to capture the attention of both Mexican and international media. As the search for answers persisted, some progress was made. In late 2016, the Mexican government promised to carry out further investigations and to provide the families with answers. However, these efforts were far from sufficient for the families, who believed that justice was being delayed and that the case had not been handled with the seriousness it deserved. The disappearances of the 43 students from Ayotzinapa not only raised questions about the role of the government and law enforcement, but also exposed the deep-rooted corruption that plagued many parts of Mexico. Guerrero, a state known for its ties to organized crime and its history of violence, was a prime example of how cartels and corrupt officials operated with relative impunity. In areas like Ayotzinapa, the influence of the cartels extended beyond drug trafficking to encompass local politics, law enforcement, and even education. Many officials in the region were either complicit in or directly involved with cartels, making it difficult for the families of the missing students to receive justice. The case of the 43 students also highlighted the broader issue of enforced disappearances in Mexico. For many years, the country had struggled with thousands of unsolved cases of missing persons, many of which were linked to the violence perpetuated by drug cartels. The disappearance of the students brought this issue to the forefront of national and international discussions about human rights abuses in Mexico. The Mexican government, under increasing pressure, promised to take action, but many observers remained skeptical that any real change would take place. As 2016 came to a close, the families of the 43 students, as well as human rights organizations, continued their fight for justice. Despite the challenges and the obstacles they faced, they remained determined to uncover the truth about what happened to their loved ones. They believed that only by holding those responsible accountable could Mexico begin to address the systemic problems of corruption and impunity that had allowed such crimes to occur in the first place. The disappearance of the 43 students was not just a tragedy for the families involved, but a wake-up call to the nation and the world. As the search for the missing 43 students continued into 2016, the situation in Mexico remained tense and increasingly polarized. The case of Ayotzinapa became more than just a local tragedy. It became emblematic of the profound failures of the Mexican state in addressing the corruption, violence, and impunity that characterized much of the country's fight against organized crime. As the investigation into the disappearance unfolded, the complexity of the case revealed just how deeply the cartels were embedded in local and national governance. In early 2016, several key developments shed light on the investigation, though these revelations raised as many questions as they answered. The Mexican Attorney General's Office, PGR, under the direction of the Peña Nieto administration, claimed to have made some progress in identifying the individuals responsible for the students' abduction. However, their statements were met with skepticism. Authorities initially pushed the narrative that the students had been killed by members of Guerreros Unidos, who allegedly burned their bodies in a nearby garbage dump to destroy any evidence. This version of events, known as the official version, was challenged by many, including independent experts and human rights groups. The role of the Guerreros Unidos cartel in the students' disappearance was a critical component of the investigation. Guerrero was, and continues to be, one of Mexico's most violent states, with cartel wars regularly leading to mass killings, disappearances, and extortion. Guerreros Unidos had a significant presence in the region, and many believed that the cartel's involvement with local police officers was a major factor in the students' capture. The police, reportedly working in collaboration with the cartel, detained the students and handed them over to cartel members. The authorities' failure to prevent this violence, or even their alleged participation, pointed to systemic corruption and a failure to protect citizens. By the middle of 2016, international human rights organizations and experts had begun to independently investigate the case. One of the most significant reports came from a team of international experts led by the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, IACHR. Their findings starkly contradicted the official narrative. They pointed out critical inconsistencies in the PGR's investigation, such as evidence that did not align with the claim that the students were burned in a dump. The report cast serious doubt on the Mexican government's investigation, claiming that the authorities had either mishandled or deliberately misrepresented evidence to cover up their own incompetence, or worse, complicity. In particular, the report from the IACHR raised doubts about the alleged burning of the students' bodies. Forensic analysis conducted by independent experts revealed that the remains recovered from the dump did not match the DNA of the missing students, suggesting that the official version of events could not be trusted. This revelation was a blow to the Mexican government's claims and sparked an outcry both within Mexico and abroad. The students' families, already devastated by the loss of their children, now found themselves grappling with the possibility that the truth was being deliberately obscured. They had been told their sons were dead, but the evidence increasingly suggested otherwise. In response to the findings, the Mexican government, under growing pressure, began to take some steps to address the flaws in the investigation. The PGR announced that it would reopen the case and investigate new leads, but skepticism remained. Many doubted that any meaningful progress could be made, given the political and economic realities of Guerrero and other cartel-controlled regions. As the violence in the state continued, Many feared that the case would be buried as just another example of the systemic failures of the Mexican justice system. Throughout the year, protests and demonstrations calling for justice for the missing students spread across the country. Students, activists, and families of the missing young men rallied in the streets, demanding accountability from the government. Public outrage was palpable, with many citizens growing increasingly frustrated with the lack of action and the apparent complicity of the state in such horrific crimes. The Ayotzinapa case became a rallying cry for Mexicans who felt that their government had failed to protect them from the violence of the drug cartels. Many viewed the disappearance of the 43 students as a reflection of the broader state of impunity in the country, where criminal organizations and corrupt officials seemed to have free rein to operate without consequence. International attention also focused on the case. The United Nations, the European Union, and various human rights organizations expressed their concern over the Mexican government's handling of the investigation. The case was increasingly viewed as a test for the Mexican government's commitment to human rights and the rule of law. As the year wore on, Mexico's failure to provide answers or deliver justice for the families of the missing students became a source of embarrassment on the world stage. However, it also exposed a more uncomfortable reality: the entrenched nature of Mexico's drug cartels and their ability to undermine the country's legal and political systems. In Guerrero, the violence continued unabated. Guerreros Unidos and other cartels continued to battle for control of the region's lucrative drug trade, and many innocent civilians were caught in the crossfire. As the government grappled with the Ayotzinapa case, many in the state of Guerrero and across Mexico saw the tragedy as just another chapter in the long history of cartel violence and government inaction. In a region where the state had long struggled to exert control, the students' disappearance was a grim reminder of how deep the corruption ran. Meanwhile, the families of the 43 students refused to give up their search for the truth. Despite the growing frustration and the challenges of facing powerful criminal forces and a corrupt state apparatus, they continued to push for justice. They held marches, vigils, and public protests, and sought out legal assistance from international organizations in an effort to keep the case alive. The emotional toll on the families was immense, and yet, they remained resolute in their belief that their children were still alive and that the authorities were hiding the truth. The case of the 43 students from Ayotzinapa was not just a criminal case. It was a national crisis. It exposed the deadly consequences of the drug cartel's influence on Mexican society and government, and it highlighted the profound deficiencies in Mexico's justice system. The disappearance of the students was part of a larger pattern of violence, in which the Mexican state appeared unable or unwilling to protect its citizens. For many, the case was a reflection of a broken system that allowed cartels to operate with near impunity, while ordinary people were left to suffer. The events of 2016 were a turning point in the Ayotzinapa case, but the investigation would continue into the following years. While the search for answers remained ongoing, the story of the 43 students became a symbol of the larger struggle for justice in Mexico. As 2016 progressed, the political and social ramifications of the Ayotzinapa case continued to resonate deeply within Mexican society. The tragedy not only brought to light the widespread corruption and incompetence of government officials at all levels, but also underscored the massive challenges faced by a country struggling to contend with the unchecked power of criminal organizations. While the government struggled to respond appropriately to both domestic and international pressure, the reality for the families of the 43 students was one of continued grief, frustration, and a desperate longing for answers. By the end of 2016, the Mexican government's response remained heavily criticized. Despite repeated pledges to resolve the case, there was little tangible progress. The Attorney General's office, after years of investigation, had failed to provide credible evidence or any substantial breakthroughs in finding the students or bringing the responsible parties to justice. As the investigation stalled, questions arose regarding the legitimacy of the government's efforts. Many wondered whether the Mexican authorities were genuinely pursuing the case or were simply engaging in damage control, attempting to placate both the public and international critics without addressing the underlying systemic issues that had allowed the crime to occur. International attention on the case continued to grow, with protests held in many countries in support of the missing students. Human rights groups, universities, and organizations from across the globe began to apply pressure on the Mexican government, urging them to hold those responsible accountable. The United Nations, particularly through the work of the UN Working Group on Enforced or Involuntary Disappearances, issued several statements expressing deep concern over the handling of the case and the high number of missing persons in Mexico. The international community's response highlighted the significance of the Ayotzinapa case in the larger context of human rights violations and the fight for justice in Mexico. While the global outcry was undeniably important, the situation remained dire for those living in Guerrero, especially for the families of the 43 students. As they continued their tireless search, their efforts were met with growing resistance and even threats from those who were either involved in the disappearance or who feared the consequences of uncovering the truth. Several members of human rights organizations and journalists investigating the case were also targeted, underscoring the risks involved in challenging the entrenched powers of the cartels and corrupt officials. For many in Guerrero, the fear was that the case would fade from public memory, as many previous tragedies had. Mexico had seen similar disappearances, and without significant pressure, it was feared that the Ayotzinapa case would join the long list of unresolved crimes. The families, however, refused to allow that to happen. Their relentless advocacy ensured that the case remained in the public eye. They maintained a visible presence in the media, demanding that the government take concrete steps toward finding their children and punishing the perpetrators. Their efforts ensured that the case was not forgotten, even as it grew colder with time. In response to mounting pressure, the Mexican government initiated a new round of inquiries. However, many felt that these efforts were insufficient and, in some cases, deliberately obstructed. Investigators began to uncover additional evidence pointing to local authorities' involvement, including links between the Guerreros Unidos cartel and the police forces in the region. These revelations indicated that the police and cartel members were operating with the tacit approval or active participation of local and state officials. This connection was troubling because it revealed how the state's inability to regulate its own police forces, combined with widespread corruption, allowed criminal organizations to operate freely and commit atrocities. For many observers, the Ayotzinapa case became a symbol of the larger problem of organized crime and the failure of the state to protect its citizens. Mexico's ongoing war against drug cartels had claimed thousands of lives over the years, but the disappearance of 43 students in such a brazen, violent manner illustrated how the government's attempts to combat these organizations were often futile. The involvement of police officers in the crime suggested that even the country's law enforcement agencies were deeply compromised, further undermining trust in the justice system. As 2016 drew to a close, the lack of significant developments in the investigation cast a shadow over the Mexican government's promises of accountability. Despite this, the families of the missing students, along with the broader Mexican public, refused to give up hope. Their calls for justice continued to reverberate across the country, with new protests erupting in cities from Mexico City to smaller towns in Guerrero. It became clear that Ayotzinapa was not just a story of missing students. It was a defining moment in the ongoing battle for human rights and justice in Mexico. The resilience of the families remained unwavering. In the face of immense adversity and under constant threat, they continued to demand justice. Their courage, despite the overwhelming odds, became an inspiration to others who were similarly affected by the violence in Mexico. The case also galvanized other families of missing persons, who were encouraged by the Ayotzinapa family's refusal to back down. For many, the fight for the 43 students was a symbol of the broader struggle for accountability, reform, and an end to the culture of impunity in Mexico. By the end of 2016, the case had shifted from being a purely local issue to one of national and international significance. The actions of the Mexican government, or lack thereof, were under increasing scrutiny. The ongoing failure to uncover the full truth about what happened to the 43 students was a direct challenge to the legitimacy of the government's efforts to combat the cartels and provide justice to the Mexican people. However, as the search for justice continued, there were also signs that the Ayotzinapa case could be a turning point in Mexican politics. The case brought to light the need for profound reforms in Mexico's justice system and law enforcement agencies. The systemic corruption and the ties between criminal organizations and government officials needed to be addressed if the country was to overcome the cycle of violence that had plagued it for decades. If the case could be resolved and those responsible brought to justice, it could send a powerful message that Mexico would no longer tolerate impunity. The Ayotzinapa case may have started as the story of 43 students who vanished in a small town in Guerrero, but it evolved into a symbol of Mexico's wider struggles with corruption, crime, and the failure of the state to protect its citizens. The families of the 43 students, despite all the challenges and threats they faced, had turned their grief into a powerful movement for justice, accountability, and reform. While the road to resolution was still uncertain, their courage ensured that the case of Ayotzinapa would not be forgotten, and it would continue to shape Mexico's path toward confronting its systemic problems. Let's jump to next story. Story 5. In 2016, Mexico was deeply entrenched in violence as it struggled to combat the ever-growing power of drug cartels and organized crime. One of the most devastating criminal cases that year was the murder of journalist Javier Valdez, which shocked the country and attracted international attention. Valdez was a prominent journalist, known for his courageous reporting on the violence and corruption tied to Mexico's drug cartels. His death not only exposed the deadly risks faced by journalists in Mexico, but also highlighted the deep connection between organized crime and the Mexican state. The murder of Javier Valdez would come to symbolize the dangers faced by those who dared to report the truth about the war on drugs and the government's failure to protect its citizens. Javier Valdez was a well-respected journalist who had spent much of his career covering the activities of Mexico's powerful drug cartels. He was the founder of the news website Rio Doce, a publication based in the violence-ridden state of Sinaloa, and he had also written for national newspapers such as La Jornada. Valdez had dedicated his career to documenting the brutality of the cartels, the links between organized crime and the political establishment, and the lives of ordinary people caught in the crossfire of Mexico's drug wars. His reports were not only insightful, but were often fearless in revealing the harsh realities of life in areas controlled by criminal organizations. In addition to his journalistic work, Valdez authored several books that exposed the inner workings of the cartels. One of his most notable works was Narcoperiodismo, which focused on the dangers that journalists face when covering the drug trade. His candid, in-depth investigations earned him both admiration and threats. Valdez was acutely aware of the risks involved in his work, but he remained steadfast in his commitment to shedding light on the corruption and violence that plagued his country. His writing gave voice to the victims of Mexico's war on drugs, and he became a leading figure in the fight for press freedom in Mexico. Despite his prominence, Valdez's work made him a target. Mexico is considered one of the most dangerous countries in the world for journalists, with hundreds of reporters having been killed or disappeared over the years. In fact, Mexico has one of the highest murder rates for journalists globally, with many crimes going unsolved. The danger faced by journalists like Valdez was exacerbated by the widespread collusion between drug cartels, corrupt officials, and law enforcement agencies. It was no secret that reporting on the cartels often led to violent retribution, and many reporters chose to censor themselves rather than risk their lives. On the afternoon of May 15, 2016, Javier Valdez was shot and killed in broad daylight in the city of Culiacan, the capital of Sinaloa, one of Mexico's most dangerous regions. Valdez had just left his office and was walking down the street when he was approached by two gunmen on a motorcycle. They opened fire, shooting him several times in the back and killing him instantly. The assassination took place in the heart of Culiacan, a city where the Sinaloa cartel, one of Mexico's most powerful criminal organizations, had a significant presence. It was widely believed that Valdez's murder was the result of his investigative reporting, and it sent a chilling message to other journalists working in the region. The response to Valdez's murder was swift and widespread, with both national and international condemnation. Journalists, human rights organizations, and the general public demanded justice for Valdez and called attention to the dangers faced by the press in Mexico. His death was seen as an attack not just on one journalist, but on the entire profession of journalism and on the freedom of the press in Mexico. The outpouring of support was a testament to Valdez's importance as a journalist, but it also reflected the growing concern about the level of violence and impunity in Mexico. In the wake of the murder, the Mexican government promised a thorough investigation and vowed to bring those responsible to justice. However, like many similar cases, the investigation into Valdez's death faced significant hurdles. The Mexican justice system has long been criticized for its inability to prosecute crimes committed by organized crime groups, especially when those crimes involve influential figures. Valdez's murder was no different. While several suspects were arrested in the months following his death, The lack of progress in the case highlighted the challenges in prosecuting crimes related to organized crime in Mexico. Many suspected that Valdez's death was linked to his work exposing the Sinaloa cartel's operations. The cartel, which had long controlled large parts of Mexico's drug trade, had a reputation for ruthless violence. Javier Valdez had written extensively about the cartel, including its leadership and its ties to local politicians and law enforcement. His reporting had made him a target for those who sought to keep the truth hidden. In fact, many of his colleagues and fellow journalists feared that Valdez's murder was not an isolated incident, but part of a broader pattern of violence against those who dared to speak out against the cartels. Valdez's murder also drew attention to the increasing control of drug cartels over various aspects of Mexican society. The cartels, with their immense wealth and power, had infiltrated many areas of life, from politics to business to the media. The death of a high-profile journalist like Valdez illustrated how dangerous it was to challenge the cartel's influence. Many journalists working in Mexico, particularly those in regions controlled by cartels, have been forced to either self-censor or risk their lives. The result has been a climate of fear in which truth is often suppressed, and the public remains unaware of the full extent of the violence and corruption affecting the country. Despite the danger, Valdez's colleagues and fellow journalists refused to be silenced. In the months following his death, protests were held in Mexico and around the world, calling for justice for Valdez and for an end to the violence against journalists. The Mexican press, despite the threats, continued to investigate and report on the drug cartels and their influence in the country. Many saw Valdez as a martyr for press freedom, and his death galvanized a new generation of journalists committed to uncovering the truth, no matter the cost. International organizations like Reporters Without Borders and the Committee to Protect Journalists, CPJ, condemned Valdez's murder and highlighted the broader issue of violence against the press in Mexico. The CPJ declared that Mexico was one of the deadliest countries for journalists, and it called on the Mexican government to take immediate action to protect journalists and ensure that those responsible for the murder of Valdez would be brought to justice. Despite these calls, the situation remained dire. The government had promised to provide more protection for journalists, but many believed that these promises were largely empty and that the root causes of violence and impunity in Mexico remained unaddressed. Valdez's death was a stark reminder of the dangers faced by those who report on the violence, corruption, and drug trafficking that have plagued Mexico for decades. His legacy continues to inspire journalists in Mexico and beyond, serving as a symbol of the importance of press freedom and the need to continue to investigate and expose the truth. His murder, however, also underscored the broader issues facing Mexico, including the influence of the cartels, the lack of accountability, and the deep-rooted corruption that allows such violence to persist. In the face of all these challenges, the fight for justice for Javier Valdez continued, as the search for accountability remained a central issue in Mexico's struggle against organized crime and impunity. The tragic events surrounding the death of Javier Valdez in 2016 were not only a reflection of the dangers faced by journalists, but also a symbol of the broader issues that have plagued Mexico for years. The country's fight against drug cartels and organized crime is ongoing, and the struggle to protect press freedom and hold powerful criminal organizations accountable is far from over. Valdez's murder served as a wake-up call for Mexico and the world, highlighting the urgent need for meaningful reform, greater protection for journalists, and an end to the climate of impunity that has allowed such crimes to go unpunished. As 2016 continued, the case of Javier Valdez's murder became a rallying point for journalists and human rights activists, both in Mexico and internationally. His death highlighted not only the grave risks journalists face in Mexico, but also the broader issues of corruption, violence, and impunity that continue to plague the country. Valdez's assassination was a stark reminder of the dangerous intersection between organized crime, corrupt government officials, and the media in Mexico, a situation that has only worsened over the years. In the aftermath of Valdez's death, numerous protests and demonstrations were held to demand justice. Journalists, human rights organizations, and civil society groups took to the streets, demanding accountability for his murder and greater protection for the press. Valdez's colleagues, many of whom were personally affected by the loss, vowed to continue his work despite the dangers. They saw Valdez not only as a colleague, but as a symbol of the fight for press freedom in Mexico, a fight that seemed increasingly difficult to win given the immense power of the drug cartels and the corruption that ran through the very institutions meant to protect the country's citizens. For months after the murder, the Mexican government promised to bring the perpetrators to justice. However, skepticism remained. Given the widespread impunity for crimes committed by organized crime groups, many doubted that any real progress would be made in the case. The lack of tangible results in solving the murder only served to underscore the challenges facing the Mexican justice system. Journalists continued to be killed, often with little to no investigation or prosecution. Many feared that Valdez's case would follow the same tragic pattern, becoming yet another unsolved crime that would be swept under the rug. The Mexican government, under then-President Enrique Peña Nieto, faced mounting international pressure to address the increasing violence against journalists. Organizations such as the Committee to Protect Journalists, CPJ, and the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, IACHR, repeatedly called for better protections for the press and accountability for crimes committed against journalists. The situation in Mexico was so dire that the United Nations Special Rapporteur on Freedom of Expression, David Kaye, expressed alarm over the growing trend of violence against journalists in the country. He noted that Mexico had become one of the deadliest places for journalists to work, with over 100 reporters murdered since 2000. Kaye called on the Mexican government to implement stronger measures to ensure the safety of journalists and bring those responsible for such killings to justice. Despite the global outcry, the Mexican government's efforts to address the murder of Javier Valdez, as well as the larger issue of violence against journalists, remained underwhelming. The PGR, Attorney General's office, conducted investigations and several arrests were made, but the trail to the masterminds behind the murder remained unclear. Valdez's colleagues and family members continued to insist that his death was directly linked to his investigative work, particularly his reporting on the Sinaloa cartel and its ties to local politicians and law enforcement. However, the official investigation struggled to provide concrete evidence of the cartel's involvement, which further fueled suspicions of collusion between criminal groups and corrupt officials. The chilling reality was that many journalists felt they had no choice but to continue their work in an environment of escalating violence, knowing that they too could be targeted at any moment. Many news organizations took steps to protect their reporters, such as providing them with bodyguards or changing their work locations. However, these measures were often insufficient in the face of organized crime groups, whose power and reach extended well beyond the borders of Mexico's judicial system. The government's failure to protect its journalists, combined with the overwhelming influence of criminal organizations, left reporters vulnerable and exposed to retribution. The murder of Valdez was not an isolated incident, but part of a larger wave of violence that had been directed at those who dared to expose the truth. The drug cartels in Mexico, particularly the Sinaloa cartel, have long used violence and intimidation to silence anyone who threatens their operations, including journalists. For decades, the cartels had controlled much of the country's drug trade, and their power often extended to all levels of government. In many cases, journalists were murdered not only for their reporting on the cartels, but also because of the threat they posed to the criminal network's secrecy and impunity. Moreover, the Mexican government had long struggled to confront the vast and growing influence of these criminal organizations. Despite numerous efforts to curb the power of the cartels, they continued to operate with little interference. The violence, fueled by drug trafficking and the war between competing cartels, led to the deaths of thousands of people every year, including many civilians. The death of a high-profile journalist like Valdez was a harsh reminder of how deeply the cartels had infiltrated society and how their influence had seeped into even the highest levels of government. Despite these obstacles, Valdez's legacy endured. His death became a symbol of the fight for press freedom and the dangers that journalists face in Mexico. Many saw his death as a tragic but unavoidable consequence of working in one of the world's most dangerous environments for the press. However, his murder also highlighted the broader fight for justice in Mexico, where the culture of impunity allowed powerful criminal organizations to operate with near-complete freedom. Valdez's colleagues continued his work, documenting the violence and corruption that had long been ignored by those in power. Internationally, Valdez's murder served as a reminder of the importance of press freedom and the need to protect journalists from harm. In many parts of the world, reporters are under constant threat from governments, criminal organizations, and other powerful entities that seek to suppress dissent and control the flow of information. The global response to Valdez's death highlighted the importance of protecting journalists, who are often the only ones willing to report on the most dangerous and sensitive issues. In Mexico, the death of Javier Valdez became a powerful symbol for those seeking justice for victims of violence and impunity. His murder was part of a larger struggle to hold accountable those responsible for crimes committed by the drug cartels and the government's failure to protect its citizens. The case remained unresolved, but Valdez's work continued to inspire new generations of journalists who were determined to continue reporting on the issues that had led to his death. His legacy would serve as a constant reminder of the risks journalists face when they challenge the powerful forces that seek to control Mexico's narrative and its future. As Mexico moved into 2017, the fight for justice for Javier Valdez remained an open wound. His colleagues, family, and supporters refused to let his death be forgotten, and they continued to demand that those responsible be held accountable. While the road to justice remained long and uncertain, the impact of Valdez's death could be felt across the country and the world. The fight for a free press, the struggle for justice, and the demand for accountability would continue, fueled by the memory of a journalist who gave his life in pursuit of truth. Let's jump to next story. Story 6. In 2016, Mexico was a country deeply impacted by violence, corruption, and the growing influence of criminal organizations. One of the most shocking and high-profile cases that year was the disappearance and suspected murder of 43 students from the Ayotzinapa Rural Teachers College in the state of Guerrero. The case not only brought national and international attention to the brutality of drug cartels, but also exposed the corruption and failure of the Mexican government to protect its citizens from such violence. The students, mostly young men studying to become teachers, were part of a larger community of rural students from across Mexico. On the night of September 26, 2014, the group set off for a protest in Iguala, a nearby city, to demand better education funding. What began as a peaceful demonstration quickly turned into a nightmare. The students were intercepted by local police who, according to eyewitness accounts, attacked them without provocation. The students were then taken away in police vehicles, and many were never seen again. Some witnesses later claimed that the students were handed over to members of a local drug cartel, Guerreros Unidos, who allegedly killed them. In the days and weeks following the incident, the Mexican government launched an investigation into the disappearance of the students. However, the investigation was riddled with inconsistencies, mishandling of evidence, and accusations of cover-ups. As more details of the case emerged, it became clear that the local police, the military, and other government officials had been complicit in the abduction. In fact, it was reported that local authorities had been working with the Guerreros Unidos cartel to eliminate the students. The investigation and the government's response would soon spark outrage not just in Mexico, but around the world. The case of the missing students, known as the Ayotzinapa case, drew the attention of human rights organizations and activists, who demanded justice for the victims and their families. Protests erupted across Mexico, and many people took to the streets to call for an end to the culture of impunity and corruption that allowed such incidents to occur. The case became a symbol of the deep-rooted problems facing Mexico, where violence, organized crime, and political corruption had long been a part of everyday life. In addition to the public outcry within Mexico, the Ayotzinapa case gained international attention, as human rights groups and foreign governments demanded accountability from the Mexican authorities. The United Nations, Amnesty International, and Human Rights Watch issued statements condemning the disappearance and calling for a full and transparent investigation. Several foreign governments, including the United States, offered assistance in the investigation, but the Mexican government, led by President Enrique Peña Nieto, struggled to provide any real answers. The government's handling of the case raised further questions. Despite initial claims that the case had been solved, with the official story being that the students were murdered by the cartel and their bodies were burned in a garbage dump, a series of contradictions began to emerge. The families of the missing students and independent investigators rejected the official narrative, and they demanded further investigation. A report from the Interdisciplinary Group of Independent Experts, GAI, which was set up by the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, pointed out numerous flaws in the government's investigation, suggesting that the authorities had either neglected to follow proper procedures or were deliberately obstructing the truth. The GII report called attention to the lack of evidence supporting the government's version of events. For example, there was no forensic evidence to back up the claim that the bodies had been burned in the garbage dump, and there were discrepancies regarding the timeline of events that night. Despite these findings, the Mexican government failed to make substantial progress in solving the case or in holding those responsible accountable. The frustration and anger of the families of the 43 students grew, as it seemed that the government was more focused on controlling the narrative than on finding the truth. The case of Ayotzinapa became a rallying point for those who opposed the Peña Nieto administration and its handling of the country's security and justice issues. The government's repeated failures to solve the case exposed the systemic corruption within the police, military, and political institutions. It also shed light on the extent to which organized crime had infiltrated these institutions. Local police officers were believed to have worked with the Guerreros Unidos cartel in the abduction of the students, and some even believed that members of the cartel were operating with the approval or indifference of local government officials. This widespread corruption made it incredibly difficult for the Mexican government to combat the violence and criminality that plagued the country. As the year went on, public pressure continued to mount. Protests grew larger, and calls for justice became louder. The families of the 43 students refused to give up their search for the truth, despite facing threats and intimidation. Their courage in the face of immense adversity became a symbol of resistance against the injustice and impunity that had long plagued Mexico. International human rights organizations continued to press for a thorough and transparent investigation, but the Mexican government seemed unable to provide the answers that the families and the public demanded. In response to growing international pressure, the Mexican government did make some attempts to address the case. The Attorney General's office launched a new round of investigations, but these efforts were often seen as insufficient or lacking in urgency. In 2016, new forensic evidence was discovered, but it was unclear whether this would lead to any breakthroughs in the case. The lack of significant progress left many wondering if the truth would ever come to light, and if those responsible would ever face justice. Despite the many obstacles, the families of the 43 students remained resolute in their fight for justice. Their determination to find out what had happened to their children, and to ensure that those responsible were held accountable, kept the case in the public eye. The Ayotzinapa case continued to serve as a powerful reminder of the deep-seated problems that Mexico faced, including the rampant corruption, impunity, and violence that allowed such atrocities to happen. The Ayotzinapa case became more than just a story about 43 missing students. It was a symbol of the larger struggles that Mexicans faced in their fight for justice, equality, and human rights. The case also brought global attention to the risks faced by activists, journalists, and ordinary people in Mexico who were standing up against the power of the drug cartels and corrupt government officials. As 2016 came to a close, the Ayotzinapa case remained unresolved, but the fight for truth and justice continued to inspire many. The families of the missing students and their supporters refused to let the case be forgotten, and their efforts ensured that the issue of disappearances, corruption, and impunity would remain a central topic in Mexican politics and society. The Ayotzinapa case in 2016 became not only a key issue in Mexico, but also a symbol of the broader struggles the country faced regarding impunity, violence, and the pervasiveness of organized crime. As the families of the 43 missing students continued their tireless search for justice, their efforts shed light on the grave consequences of the growing influence of drug cartels on Mexican society. The violence surrounding the Ayotzinapa tragedy, coupled with the Mexican government's failure to provide answers, illuminated the pervasive corruption that ran deep within the nation's institutions. The disappearance of the 43 students and the subsequent failures in the investigation highlighted how the Mexican authorities were unable or unwilling to confront the power of drug cartels and organized crime groups. Guerrero, the state where Ayotzinapa is located, had long been a region under the control of cartels, with Guerrero's police forces often accused of colluding with criminal organizations. The Guerreros Unidos cartel, implicated in the abduction of the students, was a ruthless and violent group that operated with apparent immunity. The level of impunity allowed the cartels to work with little interference from local or national authorities, making it difficult for justice to prevail. What made the Ayotzinapa case particularly alarming was the role that state and local authorities played in the disappearance. Eyewitnesses reported that the police did not act independently, but instead worked in conjunction with cartel members. According to the testimonies of those who survived the attack that night, the police detained the students and handed them over to the Guerreros Unidos cartel. From there, it was believed that the students were murdered and their bodies burned beyond recognition. The initial government investigation, however, seemed focused on pushing a narrative rather than uncovering the truth. The government's explanation of the crime, a claim that the students had been killed by the cartel and their bodies incinerated in a garbage dump, was widely disputed. The lack of a coherent or credible explanation from the government raised suspicions about its true involvement or complicity in the tragedy. Many felt that the government was trying to cover up the role of police officers, local officials, and possibly even higher levels of government, to avoid acknowledging the depth of corruption and collaboration with the cartels. The initial investigation, which claimed the students had been murdered and their remains destroyed in a fire, was quickly called into question. Many independent investigators, including experts from the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, found serious flaws in the government's handling of the case. The investigation had ignored key pieces of evidence and failed to properly investigate the links between the police, the local cartel, and higher levels of government. One of the most significant findings came from the report produced by the Interdisciplinary Group of Independent Experts, GEI. The report critiqued the government's conclusion that the students had been burned in a garbage dump. GEI argued that there was no forensic evidence to support this claim and raised doubts about the validity of the evidence presented by the government. The report also suggested that the authorities may have tampered with or suppressed key evidence in order to protect certain individuals or institutions. GII's investigation also pointed to the fact that the students had likely been detained by police officers who, rather than carrying out their duties to protect the students, collaborated with the cartel to ensure that the crime went unpunished. The credibility of the government's investigation was further undermined when testimonies surfaced, alleging that the military had also been involved in the cover-up. It was reported that soldiers had been present at the scene of the abduction and had witnessed the police taking the students, yet no action was taken to intervene. This raised further questions about the extent of the Mexican military's complicity in protecting the criminal organizations operating in the country. The involvement of both local police and the military in such a brutal crime underscored the deep level of corruption that plagued Mexico's security forces, highlighting how even the very institutions meant to maintain order and protect citizens were often collaborators with the cartels. The failure of the investigation into the Ayotzinapa case prompted widespread protests across Mexico. The families of the missing students, along with human rights organizations and activists, took to the streets, demanding accountability from the government and the immediate release of information about the fate of the students. Thousands of people participated in these protests, with many calling for the resignation of the officials responsible for mishandling the case. The protests, which spanned across the country, served as a powerful reminder of the widespread dissatisfaction with the Mexican government's response to the crisis. In addition to the domestic protests, international organizations and governments voiced their concern about the treatment of the victims and their families. The United Nations and various human rights groups condemned the disappearance and called on the Mexican government to take immediate action. Countries like the United States and European nations offered their support and assistance, yet the Mexican government, led by President Enrique Peña Nieto, was often seen as dismissive of international pressure. Despite these calls for justice, the Mexican government's response was seen as tepid, and the families of the students were left in a state of uncertainty and despair. The lack of progress in the case of the missing 43 students was emblematic of a broader trend in Mexico. The country had long been plagued by violence, particularly related to the drug trade, and the Ayotzinapa tragedy underscored how organized crime and corruption had infiltrated almost every level of government and law enforcement. Drug cartels operated with near-total impunity, and the Mexican government struggled to provide meaningful protection for its citizens, especially those in rural areas. For years, the Mexican government had been engaged in a brutal war on drugs, but the war had failed to reduce violence or dismantle the cartels. Instead, the violence had only escalated, and citizens lived in constant fear of cartel violence and corrupt police forces. The impunity and corruption within the government also contributed to the high levels of violence and the lack of accountability for those responsible. Many Mexicans, particularly those living in rural areas, found themselves living under the control of criminal groups that often functioned with more authority than the local government or police. In many cases, these criminal groups were able to act with little fear of repercussions, as they often had relationships with law enforcement, political figures, or even military personnel who were either complicit in or indifferent to their activities. Despite the overwhelming evidence of corruption and misconduct in the case of Ayotzinapa, the Mexican government remained largely resistant to acknowledging the full extent of the problem. The refusal to hold the responsible parties accountable reflected the broader challenges facing Mexico as it struggled to address the deep-rooted issues of corruption, organized crime, and violence. As 2016 continued, the tragedy of Ayotzinapa became a defining moment in Mexico's fight against impunity and corruption. The students' families remained committed to finding the truth, and their campaign for justice drew attention to the serious issues plaguing Mexican society. The case was a stark reminder of the challenges faced by ordinary Mexicans who lived under the shadow of organized crime and government corruption, and it served as a call to action for those who wanted to see real change in the country. The story of the missing 43 students was not just a tragic chapter in Mexico's history. It was a powerful symbol of the fight for justice, transparency, and the rule of law. The case would continue to inspire activism and demand for accountability, as the families and supporters of the missing students pushed for a resolution to the case and for broader reforms within Mexico's justice system. Despite the challenges, the spirit of resistance remained strong, and the pursuit of truth became the driving force behind the movement for justice for Ayotzinapa. As the years passed after the 2016 protests and the continued search for justice, the Ayotzinapa case remained one of the most significant and heartbreaking tragedies in recent Mexican history. The unresolved disappearance of the 43 students was a reminder of the deep-rooted issues of corruption, impunity, and organized crime within Mexico's political and law enforcement systems. Despite various attempts to uncover the truth, the investigation continued to reveal more obstacles than solutions, leaving families, activists, and international organizations in despair. The failure of the Mexican government to hold those responsible accountable led to growing anger and frustration, not only from the families of the victims, but from the broader public. In early 2017, there was a glimmer of hope as the case began to receive renewed attention from international human rights organizations, and several foreign governments continued to exert pressure on the Mexican authorities. The Mexican government responded by initiating a new investigation into the disappearances, which was hailed as a potential turning point. However, despite these efforts, the progress remained slow, and many of the families of the missing students felt that the government was not doing enough to bring about a resolution. One of the primary criticisms of the government's investigation was the continued lack of transparency and accountability. In 2016, a new Attorney General, Raul Cervantes, was appointed in an attempt to address these criticisms. However, his tenure did little to reassure the public, as many viewed his appointment as another attempt to delay or suppress meaningful progress in the case. Further compounding the issue, the investigative body responsible for the case was frequently criticized for its inefficiency and lack of coordination, making it clear that solving the case would require not just political will, but a complete overhaul of the way the Mexican government handled criminal investigations. Throughout 2017 and 2018, several new pieces of evidence emerged, pointing to the involvement of higher-ranking officials in the disappearance. For instance, some members of the Mexican military were implicated in the cover-up, raising questions about how deeply the corruption ran within the ranks of law enforcement and the government. Evidence also suggested that other local officials had been complicit in either the abduction or the subsequent cover-up of the crime. It was revealed that local authorities had been in contact with members of the Guerreros Unidos cartel, and the collaboration between the police, military, and criminal groups was seen as a clear example of how entrenched the cartels were in local and federal institutions. Despite these revelations, progress remained slow. In 2018, President Andrés Manuel López Obrador took office, and one of his campaign promises was to address the issue of forced disappearances and ensure that those responsible for crimes like the Ayotzinapa case would face justice. Under his leadership, a new investigation was launched, with a particular focus on uncovering the full extent of government involvement in the case. López Obrador's government began to take a more transparent approach, providing more access to files and evidence related to the case. However, questions remained about whether the new administration would be able to break through the systemic barriers that had obstructed previous efforts. The case of the 43 missing students became a symbol not only of the violence and impunity that plagued Mexico, but also of the resilience of those who refused to let the story be forgotten. The families of the students, who had remained committed to the search for answers despite threats, intimidation, and a lack of official support, continued their fight for justice. Many of them took to the streets regularly, demanding that the government take responsibility for the tragedy and ensure that the truth was revealed. They were joined by human rights organizations, students, and ordinary citizens who understood that the Ayotzinapa case was not an isolated incident, but part of a larger pattern of violence and injustice that had been allowed to persist in Mexico for decades. As 2019 arrived, the Ayotzinapa case remained unresolved, but it had become a crucial part of the broader conversation about human rights and justice in Mexico. It was no longer just about 43 missing students. It was about the broader crisis of violence, corruption, and state complicity in the country. The case raised uncomfortable questions about the power of organized crime, the corruption of Mexican political institutions, and the role of law enforcement in protecting citizens. Internationally, the Ayotzinapa case continued to garner attention. Human rights organizations and international governments kept the pressure on Mexico to provide answers, and the United Nations issued several reports calling for greater accountability in the case. The issue of forced disappearances was raised in multiple international forums, and it was clear that Mexico's failure to solve the Ayotzinapa case was a major embarrassment on the global stage. The Mexican government's efforts to address the case were seen by some as a step forward, but for many, they were too little, too late. The families of the 43 students, though exhausted by the years of waiting and the continuous emotional toll, remained determined to find the truth. Their fight was no longer just about the fate of their loved ones. It was about ensuring that such atrocities could not be repeated in the future. The legacy of the Ayotzinapa case, however, went beyond the actions of the families and the public's push for justice. It had a significant impact on the way that human rights were viewed in Mexico and how the country's justice system was perceived. The widespread protest, both within Mexico and abroad, brought greater awareness to the fact that the state was not capable of protecting its citizens from violence, especially those who were already marginalized. It revealed the ways in which organized crime had flourished in a climate of corruption, where impunity reigned and human lives were expendable. In addition, the case of the Ayotzinapa students also prompted wider discussions about the role of the media in exposing the truth in Mexico. Journalists, who were increasingly targeted for exposing corruption or organized crime, found that their work was becoming more perilous. The murder of Javier Valdez, a journalist who was reporting on drug cartels, underscored the risks faced by the press in Mexico. Still, the work of investigative journalists in the case of Ayotzinapa helped bring attention to the facts that would otherwise have been buried. Despite all the setbacks, the case of the Ayotzinapa students continued to be a beacon for human rights advocacy in Mexico. The families, the legal experts, and human rights groups did not back down. With each passing year, the demand for justice remained. The disappearance of the 43 students was not just a case of missing persons. It was a tragic testament to the deep and unresolved problems of a nation struggling with its dark past. The Ayotzinapa case was not a story of hopelessness, but rather one of ongoing resistance and determination. It served as a reminder that the fight for justice is long and often difficult, but that truth cannot be silenced forever. For the families of the 43 missing students, the search for answers continued, driven by love, remembrance, and the belief that, no matter how long it took, the truth would eventually prevail. The Ayotzinapa case is now an integral part of the narrative of human rights struggles in Mexico, and its legacy will be remembered as a pivotal moment in the country's fight for justice. Let's jump to next story. Story 7. In 2017, Mexico was grappling with escalating violence, much of it attributed to the powerful drug cartels that controlled large swaths of the country. The year witnessed multiple incidents of criminal activity, corruption, and brutality, but one of the most shocking and high-profile cases was the murder of the journalist and human rights advocate, Miroslava Breach-Valducia. Miroslava's assassination sent shockwaves across Mexico, drawing international attention to the increasing dangers faced by journalists and activists in the country, where the rule of law had become increasingly tenuous. Miroslava Breach was a respected reporter who had dedicated much of her career to covering crime, corruption, and human rights violations in the northern state of Chihuahua, Mexico. She had reported extensively on the violence committed by drug cartels and their influence on local politics. Over the years, her work had exposed the depth of the corruption that had infiltrated various levels of government and law enforcement, making her a target for those in power. Breach was known for her courage and her unwavering commitment to truth, but her investigative reporting came with a heavy price. On March 23, 2017, Miroslava was shot and killed while she was on her way to drop off her son at school. She was ambushed outside her home in the city of Chihuahua, where a group of gunmen in a car opened fire, striking her multiple times. The murder of Miroslava Breach was not just the loss of a talented journalist. It was another chilling reminder of the dangers faced by those who challenge powerful criminal organizations and corrupt officials in Mexico. Breach's assassination was part of a broader trend in which journalists, human rights defenders, and activists became targets of violent attacks by cartels and organized crime groups. Mexico had long been one of the most dangerous countries in the world for journalists, and 2017 was no exception. The country had seen an increase in violence, with drug cartels exerting more control over local communities, businesses, and even the media. Journalists like Miroslava were at the forefront of exposing this widespread corruption and criminal activity, and it was no surprise that they were often met with violence for their efforts. In the aftermath of Miroslava Breach's murder, there was an outpouring of grief and outrage. Colleagues, activists, and citizens gathered to mourn her death and demand justice. Many viewed the murder as an attack on press freedom and a sign of the state's inability, or unwillingness, to protect journalists. Human rights organizations such as Amnesty International and Reporters Without Borders condemned the killing and called for a full investigation. They also highlighted the alarming trend of impunity for crimes against journalists in Mexico, where many cases of violence against the press went unsolved, allowing those responsible to act with impunity. The Mexican government, under President Enrique Peña Nieto, was criticized for its failure to provide adequate protection to journalists and for its lack of progress in solving crimes against the press. Mexico's record on press freedom had already been dismal, and Miroslava's murder only exacerbated the perception that the government was either complicit or unable to stem the tide of violence. Journalists in Mexico were increasingly working in fear, knowing that speaking out against powerful cartels or exposing corruption could result in violent retribution. In response to Miroslava's death, the Mexican government vowed to investigate her murder thoroughly, but skepticism remained high. Many people, especially those within the journalistic community, had little faith that the government would bring those responsible to justice. This sense of distrust stemmed from the fact that many similar cases had gone unsolved for years, with perpetrators never held accountable. Over the previous decade, Mexico had seen a steady rise in the number of journalists killed, and the government had done little to stop the violence. According to reports from the Committee to Protect Journalists, CPJ, at least 11 journalists were killed in Mexico in 2017 alone, making it one of the deadliest years for reporters in recent history. The case of Miroslava Breach also highlighted the dangers of reporting on organized crime in Mexico. The drug cartels, which had grown increasingly powerful in the years leading up to 2017, had become a pervasive force in Mexican society. Their influence extended not only to law enforcement and government institutions, but also to the media. Many journalists were forced to work in self-imposed silence, avoiding stories that might anger the cartels or risk their lives. Those who dared to continue reporting faced constant threats of violence or death. Miroslava Breach, despite knowing the risks, had refused to back down from her investigative reporting. Her decision to speak the truth came at a steep cost, her life. The murder of Miroslava Breach also raised questions about the relationship between the cartels and the state. Investigations suggested that the local drug cartel in Chihuahua, the Juarez cartel, may have been behind her killing, but it was clear that the cartels were able to act with relative impunity. Many believed that the cartel's power was so entrenched in the region that they could operate freely, with little fear of law enforcement. The cartel's influence extended beyond just criminal activities. They also had a powerful grip on local politics, law enforcement, and media outlets, making it almost impossible for journalists to investigate their activities without facing retaliation. This environment of fear and censorship affected not just journalists like Miroslava, but also ordinary citizens who wanted to speak out against corruption or abuse. The state's failure to protect its citizens from organized crime had created a culture of silence, where people were afraid to report crimes, speak out against corruption, or engage in activism. This atmosphere of fear was particularly prevalent in areas like Chihuahua, where cartels had a strong foothold and local authorities were often complicit or ineffective in combating their influence. Miroslava's murder sent a powerful message. Exposing the truth in Mexico came at a high price. Journalists like her, who dedicated their lives to uncovering corruption and crime, were often seen as enemies of the cartels, and the consequences for their bravery were deadly. As the investigation into her murder unfolded, it became clear that the failure to protect journalists and hold criminals accountable for their actions was a systemic problem within Mexico's institutions. Despite the overwhelming challenges, Miroslava's colleagues and the broader journalistic community refused to remain silent. They continued to demand justice for her murder and for the countless other journalists who had been silenced over the years. Miroslava's death, like those of many others, sparked further calls for press freedom and justice, but it also underscored the grave reality that journalists in Mexico faced daily. Working in an environment where reporting the truth could lead to violence, intimidation, and death. The tragedy of Miroslava Breach's murder in 2017 was a defining moment in the struggle for press freedom in Mexico. It highlighted the dangers that journalists face in a country where criminal organizations exert significant control over politics, law enforcement, and the media. It also illustrated the failings of the Mexican government, which had failed to provide adequate protection for its reporters and to investigate crimes against journalists in a meaningful way. As the case remained unresolved, it became yet another chapter in the ongoing battle for press freedom, human rights, and justice in a country where many still paid the ultimate price for speaking the truth. In the aftermath of Miroslava Breach's murder, the Mexican press continued to face mounting pressures. The case of Miroslava, along with the increasing violence against journalists in the country, highlighted the precarious position of the media in Mexico. Breach was far from the only journalist to face retribution for reporting on the drug cartels or local corruption. In 2017 alone, at least 8 other journalists were killed in connection with their work. This grim reality painted a clear picture of the risks journalists undertook simply by trying to uncover the truth. While Breach's murder received widespread attention both within Mexico and internationally, it was part of a larger, disturbing trend of violence aimed at silencing those who spoke out against the corrupt practices that permeated Mexican society. In particular, drug cartels, which had amassed enormous power over the years, played a key role in threatening and silencing journalists who reported on their operations. Cartels used violence as a means to control the narrative, ensuring that their illicit activities remained hidden from the public eye. In Miroslava's case, the reporting she did on the Juarez cartel made her a target. She had exposed the cartel's influence over local law enforcement, government officials, and even some elements of the media. Her in-depth coverage of these connections had earned her the respect of her colleagues, but also the ire of those in power. As a result, her death sent a clear message to other journalists in the region: expose the cartels at your own peril. The fact that Breach was killed in broad daylight while dropping her child off at school only added to the horror of the situation. The brazenness of the murder suggested that the perpetrators were confident in their ability to act without fear of repercussions. It was a chilling demonstration of the control that the cartels had over everyday life, not only through their illegal activities, but also through their ability to suppress the flow of information. In a country already suffering from extreme violence, the murder of a journalist, who was doing nothing more than performing her duty to report the truth, highlighted just how deep the rot of impunity ran. The murder of Miroslava Breach also drew attention to the state's failure to provide adequate protection for journalists. While the Mexican government did have programs in place designed to protect journalists at risk, these programs were often criticized for being ineffective. Journalists working in dangerous areas like Chihuahua were frequently left to fend for themselves. The government's inability to offer meaningful protection, or even to investigate crimes against journalists in a timely and thorough manner, only exacerbated the sense of fear and helplessness that many reporters felt. In the wake of Miroslava's death, both domestic and international pressure mounted on the Mexican government to act. Human rights organizations, such as Amnesty International and Human Rights Watch, issued statements calling for accountability and urging the Mexican government to ensure the safety of journalists. Reporters Without Borders also condemned the killing, ranking Mexico as one of the deadliest countries in the world for journalists. The international community expressed its outrage, and calls for justice were amplified, but the Mexican government's response remained tepid. Despite the pressure, little meaningful progress was made in bringing Miroslava's killers to justice. The investigation into her murder faced numerous obstacles, including a lack of cooperation from local law enforcement and the cartel's refusal to provide any useful information. Furthermore, there were significant concerns about the possibility of corruption within the police force, which raised doubts about whether the investigation would ever reach a conclusion. Many observers were skeptical that the authorities would ever successfully solve the case, given the historical pattern of impunity for crimes against journalists in Mexico. It was not uncommon for cases of journalist killings to remain unsolved, with the perpetrators remaining free to continue their activities. This impunity only served to embolden criminal organizations, allowing them to act with even more brazenness. In the absence of significant progress from the Mexican government, journalists and civil society groups took matters into their own hands. A coalition of media outlets and human rights organizations began to investigate the circumstances surrounding Miroslava's death, organizing protests, and demanding that the government take action. They called for greater protections for journalists, as well as more transparent investigations into crimes against the press. The death of Miroslava had sparked a wave of activism, with journalists from across Mexico standing in solidarity with their fallen colleague and demanding that the government prioritize the safety of the media. Although the government's response to the murder was lackluster, the case did spark renewed conversations about the importance of press freedom in Mexico. In the months following Miroslava's assassination, the issue of journalist safety became a central topic in the public discourse. Media outlets across the country highlighted the risks faced by reporters who investigated organized crime, political corruption, and human rights violations. The conversation surrounding freedom of the press grew louder, with more people recognizing the need for stronger protections and more serious consequences for those who targeted journalists. International organizations also continued to pressure the Mexican government to address the issue of impunity for crimes against journalists. Despite the government's claims of investigating the cases, the overall lack of concrete results only served to further damage Mexico's reputation. Miroslava's death was a stark reminder that the country's institutions were not equipped to protect those who dared to expose the truth, and that journalists were paying the ultimate price for their commitment to justice. Over time, the death of Miroslava Breach became a rallying point for those advocating for press freedom and the protection of human rights in Mexico. Her legacy lived on not just in the ongoing demands for justice for her murder, but also in the broader fight for a free and independent press. Despite the challenges and the dangers faced by journalists in Mexico, Miroslava's courage inspired others to continue the work that she had begun, reporting the truth even in the face of extreme violence and intimidation. However, as the years passed, Miroslava's murder remained unsolved. Though some progress was made, it became increasingly clear that without a systemic overhaul of the way crimes against journalists were investigated, impunity would continue to reign in Mexico. Miroslava Breach's story, tragic as it was, served as a stark reminder of the dangers journalists face in Mexico, a country where organized crime and corruption have deeply infiltrated the institutions that are meant to protect citizens. Her murder was not an isolated incident, but part of a much larger pattern of violence and suppression of the media. And as long as those in power failed to address the root causes of this violence, journalists in Mexico would continue to put their lives on the line to expose the truth, hoping against hope that one day their voices would be heard and justice would prevail. As time passed, the memory of Miroslava Breach's tragic death remained etched in the minds of many, not just in Mexico, but across the globe. Her murder was not just the loss of an individual, but a symbol of the broader crisis of violence against journalists and the failure of the Mexican state to protect its citizens, especially those brave enough to stand against corruption and organized crime. Her case shed light on the deep challenges facing the media in Mexico, where the press continued to face threats from both the government and criminal organizations. In 2018, the Mexican government, under President Andrés Manuel López Obrador, promised to address the systemic issues related to violence against journalists. López Obrador, who had campaigned on a platform of fighting corruption and impunity, made it clear that his administration would take a more proactive stance on these issues. His government established a special prosecutor's office dedicated to investigating crimes against journalists. However, Despite these initiatives, the Mexican media community continued to express concerns about the safety of reporters and the willingness of the government to truly challenge the deeply entrenched criminal groups responsible for so much of the violence. For the families of journalists like Miroslava Breach, the fight for justice was far from over. Although some progress was made in the investigation of her murder, many of those involved in her killing remained unidentified, and the investigation faced numerous obstacles. In 2019, the Mexican government announced that they had arrested several individuals suspected of being involved in the assassination, but much of the information surrounding these arrests remained unclear. It was a bitter reminder that even when progress was made, it was often met with skepticism due to the slow pace of justice and the lack of concrete action from the authorities. The lack of closure for Miroslava's family and the continued violence against journalists raised broader questions about the relationship between the Mexican government and organized crime. Despite the efforts of some within the government to reform the system, the deep connections between drug cartels, corrupt officials, and local law enforcement made it difficult to dismantle the power of the cartels. As long as organized crime continued to hold sway over many parts of the country, the safety of journalists remained precarious. One of the key issues was the lack of effective protection for journalists who reported on crime and corruption. While some journalists in Mexico did have access to protection programs, many of these programs were insufficient and poorly managed. The resources allocated for journalists' safety were often stretched thin, and many reporters felt that these programs did little to prevent violence against them. As a result, many journalists in Mexico were forced to work under constant threat, with the knowledge that speaking out against the cartels or corrupt politicians could lead to violent retaliation. The case of Miroslava Breach served as a wake-up call, not just for Mexico, but for the international community. It highlighted the growing dangers faced by journalists who worked in conflict zones and regions where organized crime had infiltrated every aspect of life. Miroslava's assassination brought attention to the critical importance of press freedom and the need for greater protections for journalists around the world. Her murder also underscored the necessity of holding those in power accountable, particularly in countries where corruption and organized crime have a stranglehold on politics and law enforcement. Miroslava had spent her career exposing corruption and violence, often at great personal risk, but her untimely death revealed just how much work still needed to be done to ensure the safety of journalists and the free flow of information. Without accountability for crimes against journalists, the cycle of violence and impunity would continue. Despite the ongoing challenges and the slow pace of justice, Miroslava's death did spark important conversations about press freedom in Mexico. In the years following her assassination, activists, journalists, and human rights groups continued to push for better protection for the media, demanding that the Mexican government take concrete steps to ensure that crimes against journalists were investigated thoroughly and that those responsible were brought to justice. The hope was that Miroslava's death would not be in vain, and that it would inspire future generations of journalists to continue the fight for truth, no matter the cost. The case also underscored the broader issue of forced silence in Mexico. Journalists like Miroslava, who spoke out against the cartels, often did so at great personal risk. It wasn't just the direct threats from criminal groups that made their jobs so dangerous, but also the systemic failure of the state to offer meaningful protection. Journalists found themselves operating in a legal vacuum, where the rule of law was weak and impunity was widespread. Throughout 2018 and beyond, the Mexican press began to more openly address the issue of press freedom and journalists' safety. Protest movements, led by the families of journalists killed and by advocacy organizations, grew larger. These movements demanded an end to impunity and called for stronger protections for those working in the media. At the same time, international organizations like Reporters Without Borders and the Committee to Protect Journalists continued to pressure the Mexican government to act more decisively in addressing the issue of violence against the press. As of 2020, the situation for journalists in Mexico had not significantly improved. Despite the government's promises to tackle the issue of impunity, violence against journalists remained a constant threat. Journalists continued to be killed, and their killers often went unpunished. The lack of progress in Miroslava's case remained a symbol of the broader failure of the state to protect its citizens and hold criminal organizations accountable. The tragic death of Miroslava Breach in 2017, though devastating, became a pivotal moment in the ongoing struggle for press freedom in Mexico. Her legacy lived on through the continued efforts of those who were determined to see justice for her murder and to protect the future of investigative journalism in the country. Despite the ongoing violence, the determination of the press and human rights groups to keep fighting for justice meant that Miroslava's voice, though silenced, would not be forgotten. Her death was a call to action, not just for Mexico, but for the world to take a stand in support of press freedom and the safety of journalists everywhere. Though the investigation into Miroslava's death remains a painful and unresolved chapter in Mexico's history, it is clear that her story is part of the larger struggle for truth and justice in a country where corruption, organized crime, and impunity continue to be major obstacles to progress. Miroslava Breach may no longer be alive, but her courage and her work remain an enduring symbol of the fight for freedom of the press and human rights. The fight for justice continues, and the hope remains that one day, the perpetrators of her murder will be held accountable, and the truth of her death will be uncovered. Until then, her legacy will continue to inspire those who stand up for truth and justice in Mexico and around the world. Let's jump to next story. Story 8. In 2018, Mexico was embroiled in a violent conflict that stemmed largely from the activities of powerful drug cartels. The country had long struggled with high levels of crime and corruption, and 2018 proved to be no different. One of the most notorious criminal cases that year was the attack on the Mexican city of Culiacan, the capital of Sinaloa state, which culminated in a violent confrontation between security forces and the Sinaloa cartel. This event was part of a broader campaign of violence in which the cartels showed not only their military strength, but their capacity to instill fear in both the local population and government authorities. Culiacan, which had long been a hotbed of cartel activity, became a focal point in early October 2018 when Mexican authorities attempted to capture Ovidio Guzman, the son of Joaquin El Chapo Guzman, the infamous leader of the Sinaloa cartel. El Chapo had been sentenced to life in prison in the United States earlier in the year, but his criminal empire continued to operate through his family and loyal followers. Ovidio, who was involved in managing the cartel's operations, was seen as a key figure in the ongoing drug trade. The government's decision to arrest Ovidio Guzman was a bold one, but it would prove disastrous. On the morning of October 17, 2018, Mexican authorities attempted to detain Ovidio at a house in the Las Quintas neighborhood of Culiacan. However, the operation quickly spiraled out of control. Once the authorities made their move, the Sinaloa cartel unleashed a violent response. Armed gunmen, many of them heavily armed with high-powered weapons and military-grade equipment, launched a coordinated assault on the Mexican military and police forces. The attackers had an overwhelming presence, outnumbering the law enforcement officers, and they began shooting indiscriminately. What followed was a day of chaos, violence, and terror. Members of the Sinaloa cartel took control of Culiacan, setting up barricades, blocking roads, and attacking police and military personnel. As the cartel gunmen roamed the streets, they fired on anyone in their path, including civilians. At least 8 people were killed in the violence, and dozens more were injured. The level of violence was so intense that it forced the Mexican government to make an unprecedented decision. They ordered a retreat. The Mexican military, realizing the dangers posed by the cartel's firepower and manpower, withdrew from the city, releasing Ovidio Guzman and allowing the cartel to maintain control of the area. This event shocked the nation and drew widespread condemnation. For many, it represented the failure of the Mexican government to maintain order and authority in the face of the power held by the drug cartels. The Mexican government's inability to apprehend a key figure like Ovidio Guzman, even with overwhelming military and police presence, sent a chilling message about the power the cartels wielded over regions like Sinaloa. The withdrawal of Mexican forces not only allowed Guzman's release, but also set a dangerous precedent. It was a clear example of how, in some parts of Mexico, cartels had more control over the streets than the government did. The fallout from the Culiacan incident was significant. In the days following the violence, there was widespread criticism of the Mexican government and its handling of the situation. President Andrés Manuel López Obrador, who had been elected just months earlier on a platform of tackling corruption and crime, was forced to address the issue head-on. He defended the decision to pull back the military, arguing that it was necessary to avoid further bloodshed and to protect the lives of citizens. However, this response was met with skepticism, and many saw it as an indication of the government's weakness in dealing with organized crime. The failure to capture Ovidio Guzman in Culiacan was a major blow to the López Obrador administration's credibility. It became evident that even with an elected government committed to reform, the strength and reach of the cartels were so great that they could effectively cripple efforts to enforce the law. The Culiacan debacle also drew attention to the deep-rooted issues of corruption within the Mexican police and military, with allegations of cartel infiltration complicating the government's efforts to respond effectively to the violence. In many parts of Mexico, local law enforcement and even some military officials were known to work in collusion with the cartels, providing them with intelligence or turning a blind eye to their activities. This violent event was part of a larger pattern of escalating cartel violence that had plagued Mexico for years. In 2018 alone, thousands of people were killed in drug-related violence, with cartels vying for control over drug trafficking routes, territory, and other illicit activities. The Sinaloa cartel, long considered one of the most powerful and influential criminal organizations in Mexico, had been engaged in an ongoing battle with rival cartels such as the Jalisco New Generation Cartel, CJNG, which also sought to expand its influence. The Sinaloa cartel's ability to mobilize its forces quickly and effectively in Culiacan reflected the cartel's organizational strength and military-like capabilities. The cartel was not just a drug trafficking organization. It had evolved into a complex and well-equipped criminal network capable of engaging in large-scale battles with Mexican authorities. In this case, the cartel demonstrated its ability to disrupt public order, sow fear among the population, and intimidate the government into making concessions. By releasing Ovidio Guzman, the cartel had successfully humiliated the state and displayed its dominance over the region. The violence in Culiacan was not an isolated incident, but part of a much larger and more dangerous criminal landscape in Mexico. Throughout 2018, there were numerous instances of cartel-related violence, kidnappings, extortions, and attacks on police officers and military personnel. The growing power of the cartels threatened not only public safety, but also the stability of the Mexican state itself. The government's inability to curb the cartel's power raised serious questions about the effectiveness of Mexico's security policies. In the aftermath of the Culiacan assault, the Mexican government faced calls for a re-evaluation of its security strategy. While López Obrador's administration had promised to address violence through social programs and a focus on crime prevention, the events in Culiacan revealed the shortcomings of such a strategy when confronted with the overwhelming power of the cartels. Many criticized the government for relying too heavily on military force without adequately addressing the root causes of cartel violence, such as poverty, corruption, and the lack of opportunity for many Mexicans. For the residents of Culiacan and other cities affected by cartel violence, life remained a constant struggle. The presence of organized crime in their daily lives made it difficult for them to go about their business without fear. They lived under the shadow of criminal organizations that held the power to control everything from the local economy to the police. Many civilians were caught in the crossfire of gang wars and were forced to either stay silent or risk becoming victims of violence. In the days following the Culiacan incident, local residents reported that the cartel had established a sense of order in the chaos. Despite the violence, life seemed to continue as usual for those who did not challenge the cartel's power. Businesses opened their doors once again, and the streets slowly became populated with people. This eerie calm was a reflection of the extent to which the cartels had embedded themselves in the everyday fabric of life in Mexico. For the residents, the government's failure to protect them and stop the violence only reinforced the idea that the cartels were, in many ways, in charge. The events in Culiacan in 2018 were a stark reminder of the deepening crisis in Mexico's fight against drug cartels. The government's response to cartel violence was still in its infancy, and the limitations of its strategies became all too clear. The Culiacan attack would become one of the most infamous moments of the year, demonstrating just how far the cartels had come in asserting their dominance over large swaths of Mexico. The impact of this violent event would be felt for years to come, as it exposed the systemic issues within the government and the deep ties between criminal organizations and public officials. In the wake of the Culiacan incident, the Mexican government faced immense pressure to address the growing power of the cartels and the weaknesses in its security infrastructure. The 2018 attack was a wake-up call that showcased the vulnerabilities of the state and its inability to confront organized crime head-on. The Sinaloa cartel's brazen attack was not just an isolated act of defiance. It was part of a much larger struggle for control, both over territory and over the Mexican government itself. The incident served as a grim reminder that Mexico's fight against the cartels was not just about combating drug trafficking, but also about restoring the rule of law and the authority of the state. Following the release of Ovidio Guzman, Mexican President Andrés Manuel López Obrador was forced to reconsider his security policies. While he had campaigned on promises of reducing violence through social programs, it became evident that this approach was insufficient in dealing with the overwhelming power of criminal organizations. López Obrador's administration quickly found itself caught between a rock and a hard place. On one hand, there were calls for a tougher military response, while on the other, human rights organizations urged the government to avoid excessive violence and the loss of civilian lives. The failure to apprehend Ovidio Guzman, combined with the widespread violence in Culiacán, reinforced the idea that traditional law enforcement strategies were no longer effective in dealing with the increasingly militarized drug cartels. The violence in Culiacán was also a sign that the Mexican government was facing a much larger and more complicated situation than anyone had anticipated. With cartels like the Sinaloa cartel and the Jalisco New Generation cartel, CJNG, vying for dominance, the power of these criminal groups seemed to be growing at an alarming rate. These organizations were no longer simply engaging in drug trafficking. They were entrenched in various illegal activities, including kidnapping, extortion, money laundering, and human trafficking. As the cartels diversified their operations and expanded their influence, they grew more sophisticated in their methods, often using violent tactics and fear as their primary tools of control. This shift in strategy made it even more difficult for the Mexican government to respond effectively, and it placed the lives of ordinary citizens in even greater danger. In Culiacán, local residents reported that the government's inability to take control of the city was a deeply unsettling experience. The cartel's ability to dominate the area was a stark reminder of the extent to which organized crime had infiltrated everyday life. While the violence was intense, it was also strategic. The cartel forces didn't simply act out of rage. They were well organized and deliberate in their efforts to exert control over the region. Gunmen took control of key points within the city, stopping traffic, threatening civilians, and executing police officers who were caught off guard by the attack. As the day unfolded, it became clear that the cartel was able to coordinate its actions much more effectively than the Mexican military and law enforcement, who were forced to retreat in the face of overwhelming force. One of the most troubling aspects of the Culiacán attack was the widespread fear it instilled throughout the country. For many Mexicans, it became increasingly clear that the government was losing its ability to protect its citizens. In areas like Sinaloa, where drug cartels had long been entrenched, the presence of the state was minimal at best. The violence in Culiacán was not an isolated event, but part of a growing trend of escalating cartel-related violence across the country. In 2018 alone, over 33,000 murders were recorded in Mexico, the highest number in the country's history. The sheer scale of the violence painted a grim picture of a nation struggling to cope with the grip of organized crime and the failure of its justice system. In response to these concerns, many activists and human rights organizations began to question the effectiveness of the Mexican government's current approach to combating the cartels. Some argued that López Obrador's government needed to focus on addressing the root causes of violence, such as poverty, inequality, and lack of opportunities, rather than relying solely on military force. While military intervention was necessary in certain situations, it was clear that a more comprehensive and sustainable solution was needed, one that prioritized education, economic development, and institutional reform. The social policies proposed by López Obrador were certainly important, but they needed to be paired with effective measures to combat organized crime and protect citizens from cartel violence. In the aftermath of the Culiacán attack, the government's response was mixed. While President López Obrador continued to defend the decision to release Ovidio Guzman, he faced mounting criticism from opposition politicians, the media, and civil society groups. Many pointed to the fact that the government's retreat showed a lack of resolve in the face of cartel violence. Critics argued that allowing a powerful criminal figure like Guzman to walk free not only emboldened the cartels, but also sent a dangerous message that the government was unwilling or unable to assert its authority. In addition to political criticism, the Culiacan attack also drew widespread international attention. Foreign governments, particularly the United States, expressed concern about the growing power of Mexico's drug cartels and the rising levels of violence. The U.S. had long been involved in the fight against drug trafficking, and the Sinaloa cartel's influence stretched across the border. The violent events of October 2018 only served to highlight the challenges both countries faced in addressing the drug trade. The U.S. government was already grappling with its own opioid crisis, much of which was linked to the illegal importation of fentanyl and other drugs from Mexican cartels. For many, the attack in Culiacan was emblematic of the broader challenges facing Mexico's fight against organized crime. Despite years of efforts to curtail drug trafficking and dismantle cartels, the situation in many parts of the country had only worsened. The violence and intimidation used by the cartels had made it nearly impossible for the government to maintain order in certain regions. As the cartels continued to grow stronger and more influential, the state was left struggling to catch up. In the years following the Culiacan attack, Mexico would continue to grapple with the threat of organized crime. While López Obrador's government took steps to reform the country's security policies, including proposals for a national guard to assist in combating cartel violence, the problems facing the nation remained complex. The violence in Culiacan served as a stark reminder that the fight against Mexico's drug cartels was far from over, and that the challenges of corruption, impunity, and cartel violence would continue to shape the country's future. Ultimately, the Culiacan incident was a pivotal moment in Mexico's war against organized crime, marking a turning point in the country's efforts to regain control over regions plagued by cartel violence. The incident highlighted the extent to which the cartels had infiltrated the country's institutions and the difficulty the Mexican government faced in confronting them. Despite the challenges, the events of 2018 pushed the Mexican government to reassess its strategy and led to continued calls for reform. The Culiacan attack will remain a defining moment in Mexico's struggle with organized crime, with its impact likely to be felt for years to come. Let's jump to next story. Story 9. In 2018, Mexico found itself in the midst of a volatile period marked by violence and instability. One of the most devastating criminal cases that year was the brutal murder of the investigative journalist Javier Valdez Cardenas. Javier Valdez, a journalist known for his courageous reporting on drug cartels, organized crime, and corruption in Mexico, had worked for years documenting the ruthless activities of the country's most powerful criminal organizations. His work had earned him both praise and numerous enemies. Tragically, his career was cut short when he was murdered in broad daylight on May 15, 2018. Valdez's assassination took place in the city of Culiacan, the capital of Sinaloa, a region notorious for its cartel activity. Sinaloa, the home base of the powerful Sinaloa cartel, had long been a hotspot for violence, and Culiacan was considered a dangerous city where drug lords and organized crime syndicates held significant sway. Javier Valdez, who had written for various publications, including the widely respected newspaper Rio Doce, had exposed the brutal realities of life under the control of drug cartels. His reporting had put him in direct conflict with the cartels, particularly the Sinaloa cartel, whose influence in the region was vast. On that fateful day, Valdez was driving in his vehicle near the offices of Rio Doce when gunmen intercepted him. They shot him multiple times, and he was left to die in the street. His murder sent shockwaves throughout Mexico and the world. Valdez had become one of many journalists who paid the ultimate price for exposing the links between organized crime, corruption, and government officials. His death was yet another reminder of the dangerous environment journalists in Mexico faced while trying to uncover the truth. Javier Valdez's murder highlighted a much larger issue: the ongoing violence against journalists in Mexico. According to the Committee to Protect Journalists, Mexico was one of the deadliest countries for journalists in 2018. Valdez's death marked one of many tragic murders that year, adding to a long list of journalists who had been targeted for their work exposing criminal organizations. The motive behind the murder was clear: to silence the journalist and send a message to others who dared to speak out against the power of the cartels. Javier Valdez had spent much of his career covering the Sinaloa cartel and its leaders, including the notorious Joaquin El Chapo Guzman. Valdez had also written extensively about the devastating impact the cartels had on Mexican society, from the violence in towns and cities controlled by cartels to the systemic corruption that allowed these groups to operate with impunity. His work was critical in revealing the depth of the cartel's influence on Mexican life and the complicity of certain government officials in enabling their operations. His murder sparked outrage, both in Mexico and internationally. It became a symbol of the growing risks that journalists faced in the country, where the press was under constant threat from criminal organizations. His colleagues, friends, and family expressed their anger and sorrow, calling for justice. But, as with many other cases of violence against journalists, the prospects of justice seemed remote. The Mexican justice system, which had long been criticized for its inefficiency and corruption, was unable to provide any swift answers. In the immediate aftermath of Valdez's murder, protests erupted across Mexico, with journalists and activists demanding an end to the violence. Mexico's National Human Rights Commission condemned the assassination, calling it a direct attack on freedom of speech and press. International organizations, such as Reporters Without Borders and Amnesty International, also condemned the killing, reiterating that the Mexican government had failed to protect its journalists and ensure that those responsible for the violence were held accountable. Despite the public outcry, the investigation into Valdez's murder made little progress. Many suspected that those behind the killing had connections to powerful figures within the criminal underworld. Given the complexity and reach of the Sinaloa cartel and its entrenched influence in the region, the case was difficult to crack. Some even suggested that the authorities, whether due to corruption or fear, were hesitant to pursue the case aggressively. The failure to hold those responsible for the killing of Valdez, as well as numerous other journalists, exemplified the widespread impunity that plagued Mexico. In the following months, there was growing concern among other journalists in Mexico. Valdez's colleagues, who had worked with him at Rio Doce, continued to face threats from criminal groups who wanted to prevent them from continuing their work. The culture of impunity that allowed the murder of journalists to go unpunished remained entrenched. At the time of Valdez's death, there were already numerous cases of journalists being silenced, and the investigation into his murder followed the same grim pattern of slow progress and lack of accountability. For many Mexicans, the murder of Javier Valdez was a deeply personal tragedy. As a journalist, Valdez had dedicated his life to exposing the truth, even when it meant putting himself at risk. His work had given voice to those suffering from the violence and destruction caused by the cartels. His murder was not only a loss to his family and colleagues, but to the entire country. Mexico's free press was under siege, and Valdez's death was one of the most prominent examples of the dangers journalists faced while trying to uncover the truth. At the heart of Valdez's reporting was a commitment to telling the stories of people who lived under the shadow of the cartels. He was deeply moved by the suffering of families affected by cartel violence, and he sought to give them a voice. He wrote about the devastation of the war on drugs and how it had torn apart entire communities, leaving behind a legacy of pain, fear, and corruption. His work often focused on the lives of the victims, those caught in the crossfire of the cartel's violence, and the systemic failures that allowed the cartels to flourish unchecked. While Valdez's murder marked one of the most high-profile cases of violence against journalists in 2018, it was not an isolated incident. Mexico was facing an unprecedented wave of violence, much of it fueled by the drug trade. The cartels had grown increasingly powerful, and their influence reached into nearly every aspect of Mexican society. Journalists, human rights defenders, and ordinary citizens who spoke out against the cartels found themselves in grave danger. Despite the challenges, Valdez and other journalists persisted in their reporting, risking their lives to expose the truth. The murder of Javier Valdez in 2018 was a stark reminder of the perilous state of journalism in Mexico. His death not only underscored the dangers that journalists faced, but it also highlighted the deep-rooted issues of corruption, impunity, and violence that continued to plague the country. As Valdez's colleagues and fellow journalists pushed for justice, it was clear that Mexico's battle for press freedom and the protection of its journalists was far from over. The case of Javier Valdez, like so many others, showed that the fight for truth came with a heavy price, but it also demonstrated the resilience of those who refused to be silenced. Despite the overwhelming grief and public outcry that followed the murder of Javier Valdez, the investigation into his death continued to struggle. The Mexican government and the authorities involved in the case were criticized for their slow response, lack of transparency, and failure to secure any meaningful arrests. The challenges that investigators faced reflected the broader problems within the Mexican justice system, issues of corruption, inefficiency, and the pervasive influence of criminal organizations. In many cases, law enforcement and local officials had long been compromised by cartel interests, making it difficult to ensure a fair and effective investigation. For Valdez's family and colleagues, the continued lack of progress in the case only deepened the pain of their loss. His widow, his children, and his fellow journalists at Rio Doce were left with a sense of helplessness as they watched the investigation falter. The case became emblematic of the pervasive culture of impunity that allowed the perpetrators of such crimes to go unpunished. In Mexico, as in many other countries suffering from organized crime, violence against journalists was often met with little more than a public statement of concern, followed by little action. As the months passed after Valdez's death, the public's frustration grew. While the government vowed to hold those responsible accountable, the lack of meaningful action on the ground continued to demonstrate the authorities' inability to combat the structural issues of organized crime and corruption that had allowed cartels to operate with impunity for years. The Sinaloa cartel, in particular, was notorious for its influence in the region, and many believed that it was directly responsible for Valdez's murder, given his extensive coverage of their operations. However, the complexity of investigating a cartel's involvement, especially with its deep ties to law enforcement, meant that justice was difficult to attain. The media also became a key player in the fight for justice. Outlets such as Rio Doce, where Valdez had worked, and other Mexican news organizations continued to report on the dangers faced by journalists and the systemic issues surrounding the violence. These media outlets were not only continuing Valdez's work, but also helping to expose the challenges that other journalists were facing in Mexico. The murder of Valdez highlighted the deeply dangerous environment that reporters in Mexico had to navigate on a daily basis. As the country continued to grapple with cartel violence, journalists found themselves caught between their commitment to uncovering the truth and the very real risk of becoming targets themselves. At the same time, international organizations, including the United Nations, the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, and human rights groups like Amnesty International and Reporters Without Borders, put increasing pressure on the Mexican government to take stronger action. They called for concrete steps to protect journalists, and for a thorough and transparent investigation into the circumstances of Valdez's murder. Yet despite these calls, the Mexican government struggled to demonstrate any real progress, and the case of Javier Valdez became yet another in a long line of unsolved crimes involving journalists. While the investigation into Valdez's murder continued to stall, the issue of journalists' safety remained a pressing concern. The Inter-American Press Association reported a staggering number of journalists murdered in Mexico in recent years, citing that Mexico was one of the most dangerous countries in the world for reporters. The increasing threats to the press, particularly those working in areas heavily controlled by cartels, further emphasized the dangers of speaking out. For many journalists, the murder of Valdez was a clear indication that their lives were in constant jeopardy, and the consequences for exposing corruption or cartel activities could be fatal. In the face of such challenges, many of Valdez's colleagues and fellow journalists refused to back down. They continued to report on the issues he had cared about so deeply, despite the threats they faced. His colleagues at Rio Doce, for instance, redoubled their efforts to continue his work, vowing that his death would not be in vain. Their resilience in the face of such fear was a testament to the strength of their commitment to uncovering the truth. The murder of Javier Valdez also prompted broader discussions about press freedom in Mexico and the role of the media in combating the violence and corruption associated with drug cartels. The case exposed the dangerous intersection of organized crime, politics, and the media, which made it exceedingly difficult for journalists to carry out their work safely. The question was no longer just about the murder of one man, but about the survival of free speech in a country where cartels seem to operate with greater power than the state itself. The long-term impact of Javier Valdez's murder is still felt today. Although there were some minor developments in the case over time, the lack of significant progress is a stark reminder of the entrenched challenges that Mexico faces in its fight against organized crime. The impunity surrounding the murder is part of a much larger pattern of violence against journalists and human rights defenders, a situation that continues to erode public trust in the state's ability to protect its citizens. In the years following his death, Valdez's legacy has remained a powerful symbol of journalistic courage in Mexico. The award-winning journalist's work, which gave voice to the voiceless and exposed the often brutal truths of Mexico's drug war, continues to inspire new generations of reporters. His death, while tragic, served as a rallying cry for journalists, human rights defenders, and citizens alike to continue fighting for press freedom and justice in the face of overwhelming danger. Valdez's murder ultimately became a crucial turning point in the ongoing fight for a free press in Mexico. His work and his tragic end served to raise awareness about the dangers faced by journalists working in conflict zones, not just in Mexico, but around the world. His story was a reminder that the battle for free expression is not easily won, and that those who stand up to power, whether political or criminal, often pay the ultimate price for their courage. The case of Javier Valdez will always be remembered as a painful chapter in Mexico's ongoing struggle with drug cartels and the culture of impunity that allows them to thrive. Though the government's response was slow and ineffective, the memory of Valdez's work continues to shape the discourse surrounding press freedom in Mexico. His death, though a tragic loss, ultimately sparked an even greater commitment to exposing the truth, no matter the cost. Let's jump to next story. Story 10. In 2016, Mexico experienced a year filled with violent events that highlighted the escalating power of drug cartels and their growing influence over many aspects of life in the country. One of the most significant and widely known incidents that year was the violent attack on the town of Tanhuato, Michoacan. This attack resulted in a brutal confrontation between Mexican federal police and suspected members of the Jalisco New Generation Cartel, CGNG, a cartel that had rapidly risen to prominence as one of the most powerful in Mexico. The attack occurred on May 22, 2016, when federal police, as part of a larger security operation in the area, attempted to enter a ranch located in Tanhuato. The ranch was believed to be used as a base of operations by members of the CGNG, a cartel notorious for its brutal tactics and large-scale involvement in drug trafficking, particularly methamphetamines. Authorities had received intelligence that a group of armed men, believed to be members of the CGNG, were operating in the area, and that the group was heavily armed and prepared for a confrontation. The police operation quickly turned into a violent clash as the cartel members, upon realizing the authorities were closing in, opened fire on the officers. The heavily armed cartel members were able to repel the federal police with ease, and the firefight escalated rapidly. What started as an attempt to arrest or neutralize cartel members soon turned into a bloody battle that lasted for hours. The cartels, using high-powered weapons and tactical expertise, held off the police for an extended period, showing just how deeply entrenched their influence had become in the region. As the firefight continued, reinforcements from the federal police were called in, but by the time they arrived, much of the damage had already been done. When the dust settled, it became clear that the authorities had faced a devastating loss. A total of 42 people, most of them suspected cartel members, were killed during the shootout. Additionally, the police also suffered casualties, with at least one federal officer confirmed dead. Several others were injured, highlighting the intense nature of the battle. The aftermath of the Tanhuato attack raised serious questions about the effectiveness of Mexico's security forces and their ability to combat the increasingly well-armed and organized cartels. It also pointed to the deep-rooted corruption within law enforcement agencies, with reports suggesting that some officers may have been complicit with the cartel or had received bribes in exchange for turning a blind eye to the CGNG's activities. The battle at Tanhuato not only exposed the power of the cartels, but also showcased the difficulty that the Mexican government faced in attempting to restore order in cartel-dominated regions. In the days following the shootout, the government issued statements claiming that the operation was part of a broader effort to dismantle the CGNG and curb the growing violence in the region. However, the lack of immediate accountability and the unclear details about how the operation unfolded led to widespread speculation. Many journalists and human rights organizations questioned whether the attack had been properly handled and whether innocent lives had been lost in the process. Some claimed that the security forces had used excessive force, leading to civilian casualties, while others accused the police of not doing enough to prevent the violent encounter. Further investigations into the incident revealed disturbing details about the government's handling of the situation. Some reports indicated that the bodies of the cartel members killed in the shootout had been mutilated, which raised concerns about potential extrajudicial killings by law enforcement. It was alleged that some of the victims may not have even been involved in the firefight and were executed by the police following the battle. These claims sparked outrage, with activists demanding justice for the victims and a more transparent investigation into the events of May 22nd. The violence in Tanhuato was not an isolated incident. It was part of a broader pattern of violence and conflict that had engulfed many parts of Mexico, particularly in states like Michoacán, Jalisco, and Guerrero. The CGNG, along with other powerful cartels, such as the Sinaloa cartel, had entrenched themselves in these regions, using violence, intimidation, and corruption to maintain control over key drug trafficking routes and to further their illegal operations. The violence that resulted from these cartels' actions left entire communities in fear and created an environment of lawlessness, where citizens often felt powerless and vulnerable to cartel violence. For the Mexican government, the challenge was not just about fighting drug cartels, but also about addressing the structural issues that allowed these criminal organizations to thrive. Corruption within law enforcement and local government agencies had allowed cartels to operate with impunity for years. Many police officers, politicians, and even military officials had been bought off or intimidated by the cartels, further undermining the government's ability to effectively combat them. In this environment, the government's attempts to restore order and tackle organized crime often seemed futile. The government, led by President Enrique Peña Nieto in 2016, had pledged to take a stronger stance on fighting organized crime. Despite these promises, the violence continued to escalate, and the results of the Tanhuato attack further exposed the shortcomings of Mexico's security strategy. With cartels increasingly operating as paramilitary groups, heavily armed and highly coordinated, the Mexican government seemed unable to effectively challenge their power. International attention to Mexico's violence also intensified in 2016, especially with the growing influence of cartels like the CGNG. These groups not only trafficked drugs into the United States, but also engaged in a wide range of criminal activities, including money laundering, extortion, and human trafficking. The CGNG's rapid expansion had made it one of the most feared and powerful cartels in Mexico. Its ability to control entire regions of the country and engage in open violence with authorities demonstrated the level of danger faced by both the Mexican government and the population. The Tanhuato incident also raised concerns about the welfare of the citizens who lived in the conflict zones. Many innocent bystanders had been caught in the crossfire, and the constant violence in these regions left residents living in a state of constant fear. The inability of the government to restore order in these areas made it difficult for communities to thrive, leading many to flee their homes and seek refuge in safer parts of the country. As the violence continued to escalate in Mexico, it became increasingly clear that the war against the cartels would not be easily won. The Mexican government faced an uphill battle, one that required not only military and police action, but also long-term reforms to address corruption, inequality, and the social conditions that allowed cartels to flourish. The attack in Tanhuato was just one chapter in a much larger story of violence, corruption, and the struggle for control that would continue to define Mexico's fight against organized crime. The aftermath of the Tanhuato shootout, which took place on May 22, 2016, continued to ripple through Mexican society and government institutions. The events that unfolded on that day raised a series of troubling questions about the effectiveness of the state in combating organized crime, and whether the government could really deliver justice to the people affected by such violence. The investigation into the incident faced significant obstacles, and the results were slow to emerge, which only added to public disillusionment. One of the primary issues was the lack of transparency surrounding the details of the operation. The Mexican government initially declared the operation to be a success, claiming that the officers had neutralized a dangerous cartel stronghold and disrupted the operations of the Jalisco New Generation Cartel, CGNG. However, as the days passed, questions emerged about the conduct of the police during the shootout. Witnesses from the area and human rights organizations started to question whether the authorities had used excessive force. Some claimed that the bodies of the dead cartel members were found in positions that suggested they had been executed after the firefight, and some of the deceased were alleged to have been unarmed or were shot while attempting to surrender. The Mexican government, under President Enrique Peña Nieto, faced significant criticism for its handling of the investigation. Many citizens and human rights advocates felt that the authorities had once again failed to address the systemic issues that allowed such violence to occur. The country's long-standing problem with impunity, where perpetrators of crimes, especially those with connections to powerful criminal organizations, often went unpunished, was glaringly evident in the aftermath of the Tanhuato incident. Despite the heavy casualties suffered by both the police and the cartel members, the public's trust in the Mexican government's ability to carry out a fair and impartial investigation was increasingly eroded. The Human Rights Commission of Mexico, as well as international organizations like Amnesty International and Human Rights Watch, became involved in calling for a full, independent investigation into the events at Tanhuato. They demanded clarity about the actions of the federal police and called for accountability if any police officers were found to have committed violations of human rights. These organizations argued that extrajudicial killings and abuses by the police were part of a larger pattern of misconduct by law enforcement agencies involved in the war against cartels, and the Mexican authorities had to take stronger action to prevent future incidents. The events in Tanhuato also pointed to the larger problem of cartel violence in Mexico. Cartels like the CJNG, which had grown more powerful in recent years, were increasingly able to challenge the state's authority, not only through violent confrontations, but also through infiltration and corruption of local governments and law enforcement. These criminal organizations were heavily armed, well-funded, and capable of coordinating complex attacks against government forces. As the CJNG's influence spread to more regions of Mexico, the government's response seemed increasingly ineffective, and many communities became lawless zones, ruled not by the state, but by criminal organizations. The attack in Tanhuato was part of a broader context of cartel violence that was engulfing Mexico. Throughout 2016, Mexico witnessed a significant increase in drug-related violence. Cartels like the CJNG, the Sinaloa cartel, and the Zetas were responsible for numerous violent incidents, including shootings, kidnappings, and bombings. These cartels fought not only for control of the drug trade, but also for territorial dominance, leading to intense, bloody battles in cities, towns, and rural areas alike. These confrontations often involved civilians, making everyday life in cartel-controlled areas extremely dangerous. In this environment, the challenge facing the Mexican government was daunting. It was not just a matter of combating the violence, but addressing the root causes that allowed the cartels to flourish. Poverty, inequality, and lack of opportunity in many parts of the country had created an environment in which cartels could recruit young people and offer them financial incentives in exchange for violence and loyalty. Meanwhile, corruption in the police force, the military, and local governments enabled the cartels to continue their operations without fear of significant resistance. In many regions, people felt abandoned by the government, as security forces were often seen as either complicit with the cartels or too ineffective to offer protection. This loss of faith in the government's ability to protect its citizens led to widespread unrest and created a vacuum of power, which the cartels readily exploited. In some cases, people turned to self-defense groups or vigilantes to protect their communities from the cartels, further complicating the situation and contributing to the cycle of violence. While the Mexican government tried to show a strong face in its war on cartels, with operations aimed at dismantling criminal organizations and arresting their leaders, the results were often disappointing. The capture of high-profile cartel figures like Joaquin El Chapo Guzman, leader of the Sinaloa cartel, failed to bring lasting peace to the country. Guzman's dramatic escape from prison in 2015, followed by his recapture in 2016, only underscored the challenges of defeating these criminal organizations. The cartels had vast resources and networks, making them difficult to dismantle completely. Public anger continued to mount as the violence persisted. Many families, especially those living in cartel-controlled areas, were caught in a constant state of fear, unable to escape the grip of organized crime. The Tanhuato incident was not just a case of law enforcement clashing with cartel members, but a stark reminder that in Mexico, the war on drugs was far from over. In fact, the year 2016 saw some of the deadliest confrontations in the country's history, with thousands of people dying in cartel-related violence. The issue of police corruption remained one of the most difficult to resolve. Many officers were either bribed or threatened by the cartels, and some even worked directly for the criminal organizations. As a result, it was often difficult to trust that the police would protect citizens or investigate cartel violence with impartiality. This situation was further complicated by the fact that cartels had access to powerful weapons, often including military-grade equipment, which allowed them to carry out highly sophisticated attacks against security forces.